Alrighty, how we doing, guys? All right, what up, Jeff? How's it going? How's it going? What up, YouTube gang? Let's do it. Oh, I had a nice little sleep in, lazy start to my Saturday. I gotta figure out what other chores I gotta get done. We've gotten almost all of our splits done. We have to do like split LFRs for tier. And then we gotta do one more split of Crown of the Cosmos. Which I think I'm gonna do in my evoker. I think. I don't know. Yep, the old split LFR, baby. Yep. But it'll mean that I'll get tier next week. I have 2-piece already, actually. It'll mean I'll get 4-piece really early next week and actually get some more gear. I don't know if it was a hotfix or not. Did anybody raid last night or this morning? I don't know if it's a hotfix or if it's like a weekly reset thing. But like, hey, we got victory. So I'll take that, you know? Last night EU? Okay. Didn't see it. Yeah, it might just be with the weekly reset or something. As long as it gets fixed. You know? As long as it gets fixed, I'm happy. You know? Because holy moly, trying to heal that stuff or trying to dispel that stuff and try to visualize it is just a nightmare. It's actually just a nightmare. Travel day is on Monday. Yeah. So I got a little bit of time to chill. I got a lot of shit done already. I'm a lot less like stressed than I've been in the past for like race and getting everything in order, you know. So for me, I'm just like, wait a minute, I kind of have my stuff done. So just been kind of like enjoying the rest. Leave it on Monday. Yeah, Monday early as fuck. I gotta get to the airport at like 4 or 5 in the morning or something like that because the TSA like semi shutdown or something going on is not good. Can I just do like a tier 1? I think I can. Free time better live twice a day. I was thinking about that. But I was like, I need to rest. I want to rest. Austin isn't as bad now. That's true. Southwest is over. That is true. I saw those South by lines being absurd. But it's like, it's kind of killer too, because Austin was getting a lot better.
Since Disc turned out to be good in Raid, do you think they will be good in Keys?
No. Wonky. Maybe the 6 months. I also kind of still have the theory that like Disc looks much better in 30-man than it will in 20-man. We'll see if that theory even works out. Because like, you can get pretty close. That was the wrong breath. You can get pretty close to like 30 atonements pretty quick. And then, you know, your defensive penance is getting value on every single target. There's no drop off or anything along those lines. We'll see if that theory holds up. But like if it was true, then what you would see is like Disc could be significantly behind when Mythic drops. Because the way I kind of view it is like, Holy never really heals the entire raid with 30 players unless you're casting him. You know, there's no more salve. Your Serenity is hitting 5 targets. Your Poe is hitting 5 targets. You know, your palm just kind of bounces around. You don't really like scale your healing well with more targets. as Holy, but as Disc, you do. So that's my theory. Who knows? We could be wrong again. But one thing I think everybody can agree on is holy shit, the playstyle. Well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. One thing I know for sure is I do not like this like hyper execute heavy playstyle. Hey, Mr. Ron. How you been? Appreciate the double down. Listen, I'm open to being wrong. I'm open to being wrong. I'll definitely assert that the playstyle's bad. A thumbnail created by DLSS5? No, it was created by my guy. Actually, I don't even know how he made it. I think he used some AI for stuff a long time ago, and then all the recent stuff hasn't been. Yeah. Almost 100k subs? I know, dude. We're getting really close. We're at 93k. 93k. How many times have I said about Holy Priest being better in 30 than 20 over the years? Yeah, it used to be all the time, Cash. Exactly. And that's why I think it's so significant, is like, Disc used to be really bad in 30, man. And really good in 20. And now I think it's actually reversed. Oh, wait. I actually got to take that portal. Yep. Monday traveling. Yep. I mean, I want Disc and Keys as well, Wonky. One thing with the tuning nerfs is it was a massive nerf to Void Weaver. Void Weaver copped like a 10% nerf. And that was looking not that much better, but like a little better than Oracle. And then Oracle got like a 4% nerf, right? So it is really not good. Really not good for the Disc gamers, with especially when it comes to keys. I feel like Blizzard abandoning that like 125% bonus atonement kind of modifier kind of screwed it over. Oh. Yeah. Let's see if this gives me my spark. I need a catch-up spark on this guy, and nothing has been dropping it. I did the world boss. I did a bunch of world quests, praise. Where's treasure? There it is. I got both. Been playing Holy, but Monk outperforms me in Heroic. I've noticed that most players are using Disc, so we're switching. Well, Disc got nerfed, and I think that Holy is going to be stronger afterwards. We'll see, though. We'll see, though. Like, I played... We dropped our raid size from, like, 30 to, like, 24 or 25 or something like that. And I actually felt like... I was playing both Disc and Holy. I actually felt like Holy was doing better in, like, the lower raid sizes. So, that's my current theory. Oh, my God. I need a spark. Is it Midnight World Tour Quest? So that's the thing, Posey, is I don't have that. Like, it's supposed to be in the middle, right? World Tour. Yeah, it's not there. Does it show on the map? Let me see. You don't have it. It's someone in the inn you can talk to. On the left, when you walk in, that allows you to skip the campaign. Okay. Well, that would explain it. All right. Me too, Alma. Me too. Somebody in the inn? Oh, Sora Dormy. Aha. Skip the midnight, level up campaign, bada bing. And then what, I go back? Raid leader tells you to cast my CD to heal the raid. Does it mean divine him? It could be him, or it could be Apotheosis in Halo. Yeah. Either or. There it is. Do you have to do this on every single character? Holy shit. Holy shit. Yep. Oh my god. Yeah, I did this on my priest and everything, and I was like, I just didn't get the quest pop up for any of my other characters, so I was wondering why. Just not doing it? Yeah. I'll do it on this guy at least. I'll do it on this guy.
Our honored guest has returned. How delightful. Let us raise our glasses in good cheer.
Wait a minute. Defend a runestone. Yeah. Oh, I already did the intro quests. That's right. So I can just pick up these. Yeah. You copped a... You're gonna be the best spectator this X-Pack. I copped a ban for auto-disenchanting. Good luck with Mythic Prog. Oof. Sorry to hear it, man. Yeah, Holy's really fun. Oath. You actually play like really, really fast when you have Apotheosis and Halo rolling too. It's super fun. Where is the runestone? Because I thought it was like around there last time. Does it not just show up on the map? H probably was fun in raid too. I did Shaman, Holy Priest, Disc Priest, Paladin, and Prez for raid so far. That's been a lot. Yeah, isn't this the runestone? Or is there a different one we defend? Prestige, thanks so much for the 9 months. And Famous, thanks so much for signing up for the 6 months of sub. Holy shit. Thank you, man. The crests are weekly capped. Are heroic also capped? Yeah, they should be. Yeah. I feel like the numbers are inflated due to race size, Marcus. My prediction, and again, I'm not infallible, could be wrong, but my prediction is like Disc is going to look a lot worse when it gets into 20 man. And then people will be like, oh my god, it's the nerfs. But then they got like a 4% nerf, which is, you know, still substantial. But I think it's going to be more of a highlight that like at 30 player raid size, it's going to scale really well with all the defensive penance value. And a lot of execute value too. But I don't think it's going to look as good in 20. We'll see though. We'll see. How do I see which runestone that we're defending here? Because I know I got to like collect the mana and shit. But I don't know where to deliver it at. Should be the blue. Oh, yeah, at the very, very top. Okay, thank you. That was literally the one blue that I didn't check. Shaman was weird, yeah. Shaman was very strange. Chain Heal actually feels like a better button now. But now it's just like you're just gated by mana. Like you're just playing a mana economy game the whole time. And I assume it's going to be something like cast as many chain heals as you can during Ascendance. Otherwise, just mash heal wave. Which is pretty boring. Yeah, first time I did this World Tour shit on my Priest, I was like, this is awful. I was like, oh, this is terrible. The Runestone one actually gave me the most like flack. Because I was just like, where the fuck is the quest? Because you have to talk to the soiree guy, and then you have to invite all the guests. Then you have to pick up the quests. And then you can do it. Shaman's going on the bench. Yeah, especially after Ellie got some buffs. Yeah. Yeah. The Voidstorm one, funny enough, was the easiest because I showed up at the last possible second. That one actually ended up being the easiest because I showed up at the last second and I got all the credit. in the campaign 6 times. Yeah. That sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. Choose between Druid and Prez. I'm glad I didn't choose Druid. Yeah. It's crazy because Druid was another one that was like performing really, really well in raid testing. And then they cop, what, a 6% nerf or something like that, and they show up to Heroic Raid, and they're just dragging. I was actually really, really surprised by that performance. Yeah. Play present raids, but having to gear up and do keys give me the death of me. Once everyone's health's low, I have such a hard time healing. Tell me your secrets. Go get the Wowhead builds. Get the old wowhead.com build. It should look something like this. Okay. And there's a couple things you need to know. One is that you play around Twin Echoes a lot. So basically, casting Blossom gives you a second hit of Echo on targets. So you want to use Blossom whenever you get your Essence Burst, your freebie. And you want to basically just do that during downtime. You can also get it with your tier set bonus when you get your tier with Verdant Embrace. Your Verdant Embrace will also cast a Blossom. But the gist of it is that you are going to be using Blossoms during downtime or naturally through Verdant Embrace and getting lots of free echoes. You use that to spread echo out to your allies, and you spend it on Marithra's Blessing, your tier set. That's like big healing. That's big healing. Dream Breath, you kind of just put up a 1-stack Dream Breath for like the hot component onto your allies, and then you're just kind of chilling. But you use a lot of Reversion or Marithra's Blessing, basically the same thing, because it activates good heal, and it activates Golden Hour. So you get like a lot of different things that will push up health bars. So Blossom is mainly for a buff. You basically are just using it during low damage to give you Twin Echoes to later do better healing. The 10.05 patch is going to give you more healing from your Blossom, so you'd actually be incentivized to like take those talents to make it heal. But Blossom isn't really for the healing, it's for giving you the Twin Echoes buff. So you're like manually casting lots of echoes. You manually cast lots and lots of echoes and then hit lots and lots of reversions. So, hey, thank you, Tequilix. How you doing? How you doing? Solution, why I can't select other players in Dander's frames when outside and they're not in range. Usually if I'm literally just clicking on their names, so they like phased or something like that. Not a venue yet? Nah, Monday. Monday. Yep. Apparently, Sully. Apparently. Unfazed, thank you for the prime. But if this looks really bad for 20, man, I'm gonna be vindicated, okay? So we don't have like an official morning show this time around, but instead I are probably just gonna like get up before our cast because most of the time we're working the first shifts of the day, and we'll probably do like our own morning show on her stream. I think that'll be the play. We'll do a little something like that. Can't believe they nerfed Disc. Can't believe they nerfed Disc, and then they also just buffed things that were like more random and still made Penance feel awful. It's fucking crazy. TL broadcast starts on Tuesday. Tuesday. Wear silk. Yo, DGs, thank you for the prime. Oh my god. Bro, why are you attacking me? I'm just stealing your silk. Like, chill, man. Midnight, it's only watched your YouTube content first season off Shaman, so I started back in TBC. Been a blast. Thanks for the continued stream of fantastic content on YouTube. You bet, Unfaced. Thank you, bro. We've got more to come, too. Worm, stop, man.
A sub for good luck and good vibes during RWF. Cheers, mate.
Thank you, Kyle. All right. We gotta fight the dragons. Stupid dragons. Ooh. Uh-huh. So funny when the delivery guy handed me a package in the middle of the show. Dude, I know. We were basically like at the front entrance doing the morning show, and the Amazon delivery people would like come in and then try to hand us boxes and stuff. Yeah. 30-man performance will transfer well into Mythic, or it'll drop off. I think it'll drop off without all these extra atonements, yeah. That's my theory. Because, I mean, Disc used to struggle to do healing effectively in 30-man when they just didn't have the atonement duration to kind of cover everybody. And now they do have the atonement duration to cover everybody. So, we shall see. World Soul Cradle enchant. I don't think it's very good. I haven't heard anything about it. Team Liquid has a different charity this time. I don't know if they've announced it yet, but they're doing a different charity this time. I was going to go even higher in Mythic with golden hour damage scaling. Oh yeah, it's so insane because I think the net effect of the Prez nerfs, I think, was 2 or 3% in raids. That's what somebody was saying. It was like 2 or 3%. And like, they're so far ahead of everybody. It's fucking crazy. Where's... Oh my god, the runestone moved, didn't it? Or I'm right on top of it. I'm right on top of it. And it's stable. Fuck. It actually is good to use Healing Rain now. Yeah, it actually is good to use Healing Rain now. It's a little odd to think about. But Healing Rain is like actually doing real healing. Plus, it also grants you Deluge. So if a target doesn't have Riptide on them, then Healing Rain will also do for those purposes. And, you know, especially if you have Healing Rain down before you're starting to chain heal a lot, that'll help with a lot of your healing. So there's like advanced options for that kind of stuff, Swordfish, where if you like click on this setup, you can have it work on target friendly only, when is it active, things like that. So you'd probably just uncheck other frames like that. We did, Storms. We did. Is everybody playing Totemic as a shaman? I know the guide said to run... Farseer. 58 to 41%. Interesting. Yeah. Feel about Pally? I think Pally's great. I think Pally's really great. Yo, what up, we?
With perseverance, strength. What needs bring you here?
Oh, there's the new runestone. You know someone who ran Farseer last season, you're having better luck with Totemic? Yeah. I did, what, 6 of 8 or something like that? How many bosses are out right now? As Farseer? And like, it felt okay, but yeah. Join me in refusing to play Twin Echoes build as Prez? I can't, man. I've been playing it a bunch. Yeah, I got you, Swordfish. Boom. Prez is my main alt, I guess. I had Paladin, well, so we had to have 3 characters. So I had Priest, Pally, and Evoker. And then we're dropping it down to 2 groups. We're dropping it down to 2 groups for Heroic Cosmos. So I already killed it on my Priest. And then they posted groups. You know, I told them I'd play whatever, right? And so they're like, okay, go bring your Prez for the next group. So, and I realized I didn't have my 4th spark, so I need to go get my 4th spark. You know how it is. Just doing a bit of slacking. Yeah, apparently you gotta do the World Tour quest on every alt, which fucking blows. So, what can you do? Yeah. Shit is tedious, man. That's the thing, is like, I did it on my main, and then I was doing all the other quests and everything like that, and I was like, oh, like, where's the last spark? I don't have the last spark on my alts. And then I realized what it was. The Herondar one will complete? Oh, the Herondar one pissed me off. It was like, learn about the legends. And so I'm like, okay, cool. And then to start that, you have to go pick up another random ass quest about swords and weapons. And that's actually the start of the legendary quest or whatever it is. I was like, that's fucking stupid. Doing well, Incog. How you been, bro? How's that eye level coming, man? Yo, Dominance. Thanks so much for the new sub, dude. 255, a 2 set, and a 272 weapon. Holy, did you craft it? I do know from Fellowship you don't mind grinding. That's true. That's true. Actual Herondar quest is weekly, so you can only do the World Tour quest once a week. Oh, dude, if that's true, kind of screwed then. Yo, KBX, thanks so much for the prime, man. Defeat the Infestor. Yo, what a Rubius. Can I root him? Oh, that would have been crazy. I like how once you do all these like side quests, though, it actually gives you a full 100 Latent Arcana. Trying to kill Crown, got to 15% 3 times. That owns, dude. You'll get it soon. You have another raid on Monday? That's a fun fight. It's a really fun fight. I think it's actually kind of like perfect difficulty for where it's situated. Yo, KBX, thank you for the gifted Silver Fox. Yeah, I think it's kind of perfect for like where it's situated, where like there's a lot of damage checks and like a bit of coordination, but it's not like a Dimensius level difficulty. Yep. And for the gifted to Exo Savage. Yo, thank you for the gifted. Enjoy your pet. Eight and 9, just super under geared. Yeah. I gotta tell you though, I don't know if I'm alone on this, but I like healing when you're under geared. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, man. Just really low on like resources. You gotta think through all your decision making a lot. Love an H Pally? Let's go, dude. I've been really enjoying it too. Prez, I don't think it's actually as hard to play as it used to be in raids. You have so much of your healing coming from... You have an absurd amount of your healing, in fact, coming from your Mirthra's Blessing, which is basically reversion. So you're like casting lots of echoes, spending set echoes on reversions, Mirthra's Blessing stuff. Kind of just vibing. Okay. Complete an abundance event in Zulaman. Does this still count to be Zulaman? Or they're gonna be like, actually it wasn't exactly in Zulaman. It's better work. Healers are screaming for mana. Yeah, and I think that's where my beef is right now. Is like, if everybody had good active mana regen in different ways, I think we would be chilling. But some people do and some people don't. And that shit's annoying. Yeah. Doing a raid group? Okay, okay. Can I exit this? Ah, fuck it. You just gotta do it for 2 minutes, right? 3 minutes. I thought the World Tour just said complete the event. I don't think it even cares about the score, right? Yeah, Evoker's not great for solo play. That's for sure. Yeah. Mana management wasn't part of healing. Wish this be put elsewhere or give me some way to get mana back through abilities or rotations. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be as extreme as like preservation with energy loop, for example, where it's like you need to stop healing and just cast damage that will regen. I don't know if it needs to go that far for everybody. You know, Final Fantasy has like basically hit your mana regen cooldown button on cooldown and you'll be fine. And like maybe that would work for some classes. Maybe that would be fine for them. What up, Dozer? You have tooltips turned off, but the middle icon set to boss debuffs keeps showing tooltips. Probably turn on click through in your integrations tab. Yeah. Maybe like another hymn for priest. Ooh, we could call it a symbol even. Yeah. Yeah, well, wouldn't that be nice to have some active mana regen going on? Interesting. Interesting. Never before thought of ideas. Yeah, I think mana is like a cool mechanic if the regen also exists. Because then you have to choose between casting expensive stuff, and then you have recourse to go get your mana back. But it kind of needs to have like both pieces. Because if you're missing one, then you're like, well, I just can't play the game anymore because I'm Yeah, I think I liked that one, Serratic. I think I liked your comment about it. Because like that's the other side of it is if there's spirit, then you can also just spec your gear differently, and then you don't have to, you know, actively regen with spells or anything like that. You know, you like pick one, right? You're like, wow, this fight I need to actually care about mana regen. Let me go get some more spirit. This fight I don't have to care. Let me get some more stats. Yeah, I like that stuff a lot personally. Because then you're not just like mashing your biggest healing button all the time and that's it, you know? Mm-hmm. We win. Bleed Abundance Vent. Alright, defend the Singularity. Wait, I already learned about a legend? Oh, let's go. That was the worst one. That was the one I didn't want to do. Alright. DPS class is getting more innervates. Well, then you're relying on a DPS player to hit a button on cooldown or at the proper times for you, which, you know, could be a little hit or miss. How you doing, Gorok? Prez is getting a very slight nerf. It's like very, very slight. Literally we're just calling PIs with whispers, and I'm like watching my whisper tab, man. I don't think any add-on has been like designed or anything like that to have a better solution. Oh, you gotta talk to the guy and just tell him you plan on doing it. That owns. That owns. Alright, let's go defend the Singularity. If we have to wait. Tragic. I'll be running Priest for Prog, it looks like. Our Druid said he really wanted to play Druid, and then I think he's changing his mind now. I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen what he said after the nerfs and everything. Yeah. But I think it will be Priest. I think that he's going to want to play Prez, then we do like double Prez, Pally, and Holy Priest, I think. Something like that. A lot of Fodom Druids unhappy. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to me because all the tests we had for Druid, they were crushing it in Raid. They were doing really well with it in Raids. Yeah. Oh, I saw that too, Fui. Yeah, that was crazy. The druids were not taking their apex talents. I thought that was fascinating, yeah. Apparently just not that good. Oh, are Arms Warrior doing the same thing? Yeah. I mean, I guess there's always going to be a chance that, like, somebody didn't take it. But I was surprised with Druid because it felt like it would just be something that was very useful, you know? They have to completely rework it. Oof. Hey, how you doing? Prestige. Apparently just better option Squall, yeah. Because, yeah, people, I think, were running things like Embrace the Dream instead. So people are running Totemic Shaman and Raids right now, Pinecone. Yeah, apparently they have been running it. It was like, what did we look at? It was like 58% of Shamans were running Totemic. And they were, I don't know, doing like 4 or 5% more healing than Farseer. It was pretty close. But yeah, Totemic was doing more healing. Yeah. I do have some additional video about the tuning and stuff, Ash. I do indeed. Yep. Hey, did John. A lot of my raid team dropped the ball on being prepared. We didn't have enough DPS to kill the first boss. What the? Holy shit. Damn, people were being bums then. Were they showing up with like not 240 gear or something? Good lord, dude. Oh my goodness. 220 and some even lower. Oof. Yeah, we got Heroic Crown done on one of our groups. We're going to do another group on my Prez. Yep. Hi, Nishaki. Yeah, we're going to do that, I think, on Monday. Maybe Sunday. I told them that I could be there for like an hour or two. But then I had to go to bed because I got to be at the airport early on Monday. Yep. You showed up at 190? You rarely hardcast Flash Shield, but you can. Yeah. It's basically like, if there's still healing to do and you don't have shocks, you would. Oh, so we couldn't see Dispels in the Raid Bliss because they were private auras. We couldn't see them at all. And then they changed the private auras to no longer be private auras, and now we can actually see them. We need some chat bans? Yeah, get Ash. Cell should have it, Nick, but I haven't messed around with it. Fresh off the boat, alt raid. Vastly underestimating how much more gear matters now. There's less skill expression and range to show through. Yeah. I feel that. I am Caster World first. Flying out on Monday for it. Flying out on Monday. When are you starting? 4 minutes. We got a little bit of time. I think I need to do the quests while it's happening, right?
New opportunities lay before us. We must each walk our own path.
I think. Yeah, I mean, they have something like early beta version of it, Nick, so that's why I'm not even going to bother until after, like, our progression is done. I'm just going to focus on using Dander's frames until then. There's a lot of, like, UI stuff that's just, like, basically playing catch-up. They're just still, like, developing the features, you know? It's some like beta buggy version right now, Sully. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm sure Ellesmere's UI is going to be really good when it's done. There's just so many different features you have to make like a good UI, you know, especially for how ambitious his project is, where he's trying to make an entire UI replacement. You just got to give it some time. Yeah. Like him taking on that project is an enormous amount of work. When's AutomaticJak finding his manual Jill? Maybe someday, man. Maybe someday. Yep. Pork belly in your air fryer, your whole house is full of smoke and it's so much fat. It's still not worth. Go clear it heroic? Yeah, on one of our groups. We're gonna clear on my prez on Sunday or Monday. Not sure. So I might get to race. And then get there like early in the morning, try to catch a nap, and then raid that night. I'm raiding an Incarnate on Tichondrius. We are world 37th in Manaforge. Yep. So we cleared Cosmos. Yeah, I was in Imperative before. All of Shadowlands, I was in Imperative. Yep. The flight from Texas isn't that far. It's like 3 hours. It's not bad. But I just have an early flight. And then you kind of have to like hang out at the event until my hotel opens up because, you know, hotels don't give you your room until like 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. or something stupid. Even though the room is ready. But you know how it is. You know how it is. You gotta just... And yeah, I know. TSA stuff is going to be a nightmare as well. Yep. Yep. Not even top 3. I know. But listen, man, never forget. I got world first on Hungering Destroyer in Shadowlands. Okay? Just saying. And you didn't. You didn't. Got world first Hungering Destroyer. Got world first Terra Gru. Eye of the Jailer. And the 9 in Sanctum. So, you know. And then they basically made it really hard to walk in the second the Mythic raid comes out. And then that stopped. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Oh, dude. So the crazy thing about Sanctum, right, was that was our best finish, and we got, like, sabotaged by the Doomers, okay? When that tier started... You know, we finished like 22nd or something like that in Nathria, somewhere around that ballpark. I forget the exact number. But we were in like a decent position, but we also raided a lot, like a ton in a ton. So after Nathria, we were like making a lot of improvements to our roster, trying to make everything better, all that other cool stuff. And Sanctum started. And we just crushed the first couple bosses. We got in there super early. And then instead of trying to do splits, instead of trying to get more gear, we decided, hey, let's go work on Remnant of Ner'zhul. And so we started doing Remnant of Ner'zhul, right? And that boss was very highly tuned. Very, very highly tuned. And we also were just not doing the mechanic very well. There was like a knockoff mechanic where... You had to be, like, dispelled, and you had to, like, run to the edge of the platform and get dispelled and get knocked back, something like that. And we were just not doing it very effectively. We're not doing a good job with the mechanic at all. And so we had, like, 130 attempts or something like that, when, like, a lot of guilds had 50 or 40 or something along those lines. We racked up a ton of attempts. It was really, really bad. Oh, I gotta collapse the hidey hole, I see. And from that point, we had so many, like, fucking doomers in the guild. We're like, oh, the tier's over. Like, we're not gonna get that far, and blah blah blah. Actually, it was all like melee. We had like 2 warriors that were like our ultimate sabotagers in Sanctum. So one of the warriors was just like perma dooming that we were all gonna like we're gonna have a worst tier ever. And then another warrior, I will never forget this until the day I die. I was raiding with Rignaros, and people always talk about like, oh my god, like he's gonna be toxic or whatever. And there was a time I wish that he would have been. I really think this guy deserved it, but it didn't happen. This warrior was asked to use Die by the Sword and whatever his mass taunt was at a specific time to help with tanks. Because tanks had to run across these Sylvanas platforms. And when they run across the platforms, you know, they lose their active mitigation, they lose all their resources, and then they have to go tank a bunch of dudes that just beat the bejesus out of them. And our warrior straight refused to do it because it would change his keybinds, and he didn't have, you know, his mass taunt or whatever bound because of PvP. And we were working at this time, you know, we were competing for maybe top 10 for Sylvanas. And he's like, yeah, I don't want to change my keybinds. And I was like hoping and praying that we would have a Rignaros moment to like hold this guy accountable. And he was very calm. He's like, let's go into another channel and let's discuss it. They went into another channel. I don't know what happened. I wish he would yell at him. And eventually he switched his talents and got his shit figured out. But I was like, oh my god, dude. Like, if ever there was a moment, like we're trying to do, you know, top end world prog. Like, please just do your job. I saw that lava. I saw that. I didn't, Sheps. But at the end of the day, we still got world 12th or world 13th. So at the end of the day, we still had our best world finish. Somehow. Somehow. Just mount while casting? Oh, okay. I don't know who those people are in some. It wasn't that. I know that warrior, both those warriors, stopped raiding with Imperative after that tier, and that was for the best. And then the funny thing about it was this happened all the time. There were people that like they like flunked out of like Imperative, or you know, they left, they had attitude problems or whatever. But then they would like go out of their way to talk up how they used to raid an Imperative and like use that as a selling point to join other guilds. It was insane shit to me. Because these would be people who like, they're like, oh yeah, like this guy, you know, wants to join our guild, and he said he, you know, was an Imperative. Like, is he good to raid with or whatever? I was like, no, we lobbed that guy. Or like, no, he like had an attitude problem. Our shaman was Froob. Yeah, and he was the one who left us on Jailer. Left us hanging. Yeah, we actually would have had a really good finish to Sepulchre. We would have had like a World 15th or World 16th or something like that. And then that guy Froob basically left us hanging as we were about to get a kill. Snitching? No, I mean, if somebody leaves a bad impression in your guild and somebody asks to go join that other guild, you kind of have 2 angles to it. You have the, like, you know, be honest angle, and you just tell people, like, yo, this is what happened. But I also heard about another angle from another content creator who, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't name him. And his angle is, well, if they're a bad player and they're going to join, you know, a good guild, then you're basically giving the good guild a bad player. And so maybe that's not a bad thing. Yeah, sabotage. I can't say I've done that, but I get the argument for it. Yeah, it kills your credibility otherwise. Degen tech, yep. Bad player can improve, true. If they have the mindset for it, absolutely, Morton. But if they were... But sometimes, at least the moments that get me are when they have a bad attitude and they deliberately are doing not productive things to help the team. Because we did have people that were rough. were a little bit rough. We had some people who like came back to the game after a while, and like their first tier they were floor POV, and then their second tier they were like God mode, you know. And that happens too. That happens too. So that's the thing. It's like there's a difference between like somebody being a bad player versus like being a bad player and having a bad attitude. You know, just doing things that are totally counterproductive to the team success, or trying to tilt other players. Like I remember on what was the boss in Nathria? Stone Legion Generals. I remember we had somebody in the guild who would call out other people that like made mistakes and then like flame them in the middle of Prague. And then that would cause them to make more mistakes because those people would get further tilted, and you know, a bunch of people were streaming and it would make them play even worse. And so the player flaming was doing his job, but he was also making other people play worse. So it was a net negative on the raid, you know? Yep. What a brado. A couple tiers ago, a guy trials my friend's guild and your guild at the same time within 1 week of each other. That's fucking crazy. How you doing, dude Rave? Yeah, there's all kinds of like crazy toxic things going on, you know? I did play President Raid, yeah. We have killed... done all normal, all heroic, except for Crown, and Dream Rift normal and heroic. Yeah, that's the thing, as it is like there's definitely moments where it's like somebody just, you know, wants to learn and wants to improve. Absolutely. That's not the stuff, you know, at least for the guilds that I've been in, that I'm worried about. It's when people are just like hard net negatives to the team, and they do it, you know, to be fucking petty or whatever. Does the GM and officers handle people like that? When I rated an imperative, we just tell them to shut up. But basically, the problem comes when you're that deep into Prague on a boss fight and somebody starts having like an attitude problem. You don't really have the flexibility to like pull them out and plug somebody else in and have them start learn. You kind of have to like, hey, we have to, you know, you kind of have to go to war with, you know, the crew that you have, not the team that you want to have, right? And I think that's a lot of like how high-end rating can be. But then, you know, the next tier comes around and that person's gone, right? And you're like, I'm not going to deal with that shit.
Greetings, traveler.
Because especially when you're raiding like 12 hours a day, like we were, you don't know like how people are going to react into that kind of stress. You know? I've been handling healing off the no corona. I was pumping holy lights, was burning through mana. Pump holy lights when you have the mana. Otherwise, make sure you're casting flashes. Yeah. The guy was gone after the tier? Yes. Yes. A lot of times. The people that would like act up basically like signed their death warrant for the guild, right? In those kind of moments. Been back for 3 X packs, still waiting for your god tier mode. Maybe this is the one, Mr. Beef. Maybe this is the one. Lightsmith overall be better than Herald? Nah, I don't think so. Nah. But the guy who was making mistakes, it's different for everybody. I'm trying to remember the specific person's name in the example that I used. But usually what ended up happening, if somebody was kind of struggling, they would kind of get put on like the bubble, or like in some cases they got knocked down to trial again, where they were like, hey, like it's up to you. You know, we'll keep you on the roster and keep on raiding with us, but you got to go prove yourself, kind of thing. Some people literally just straight up fail their trials, and you'd be like, hey, sorry, we're moving on. But sometimes people are like, hey, like, you know, we see you playing the game, we see you trying, we see you researching, we see you doing this stuff. I was never an officer, so I don't have the in on these conversations, but you know, when you're on the team, you can kind of like see what's happening, right? You can kind of see what's going on. I'm good, Faint. I am good. I don't want to make 20 characters and raid 14 hours a day or something like that. My brain, like, just hurt raiding 12 hours a day in imperative. Holy shit. I'm good. Holy Pally or Priest for new healer? I'd say Holy Priest right now. I think is really fun. I was watching Driney and he was complaining about how H Pally felt in 30, but was saying it'll feel better in 20. Would you know what makes them feel better? It's a smaller group size. And this is something I was talking about in my video that I just posted last night, is that there is so many different healers that do better or worse at 30-man raid sizes. Paladin and Holy Priest, especially, both have very small target ranges. So Paladin's healing literally one freaking person at a time with Flash, Holy Light, Holy Shock, and then you're kind of puffing out a little bit of healing with Light of Dawn. So you don't really have a way to scale up your healing to hit 30 players. There's not like, hey, there's more players that hit more people. Holy Priest only does that with Divine Hymn hitting 30 people. You could maybe argue Halo, but Halo doesn't really do a lot of raw healing. It offers a lot of proc gameplay that increase your healing in other ways. It gives you more cooldown reduction for your words. It makes your targets take more healing. And so you hit 5 targets with Poe, and you hit 5 targets with Serenity, because your Serenity now cleaves. But you don't have a lot of ways to hit 30 people. But Disc does. Like, Disc used to struggle to put out 20 atonements and have perfect timing. But now they can actually pretty reliably put out 30 atonements. You hit a defensive penance that also triggers healing on everybody when you defensive penance. And it actually scales really well. And so that's kind of the argument that I was making, was like, Disc was looking pretty good in Heroic, but I was actually having the theory that like 20 man, it was going to look worse because you drop half your targets, you know, for your, you drop half your targets when you are going into 20 man. And so my theory, we'll see if it works. I could be wrong, but my theory is that Disc is going to fall off a cliff when it goes to Mythic. And people will be like, oh, well, it was because they got nerfed, but we got 4% Oracle nerfs. So we'll see. That's my theory right now. And that kind of runs through the, you know, healing scaling type of idea. But I think like Paladin and Holy Priest will definitely look better because of the target selection and the amount of targets that they're hitting when we enter into Mythic. So, yeah. Vesper, thanks for the 6 months. Or I'm just sandbagging, Faye. Yeah. Holy Light, slight nerf for better Light of Dawn healing. I wonder if there's a better way. I do agree that Light of Dawn just needs to feel better. I don't know, I do kind of love those chunky Holy Lights, though. I do think Pally's going to be strong in raids, though. I think that you are going to be seeing Holy Pally in Mythic, and it'll be slamming. So, ever personally have a time you got put in the unsure category for a tier? I got lobbed once. Actually, I got lobbed twice. I got lobbed twice. Well, I got benched one time in Legion because I was playing bad in Antorus. And then I ended up leaving that guild, finishing the tier with a different guild. And then I went to then I went to Future, and I started raiding more hardcore, and that was when I was raiding like 6 to 8 hours a day. And that's where I like really cleaned up my gameplay and got better, was raiding with Sloot. And then after BFA, I went to Shadowlands and raided with Imperative, and that's where I hit my peak. Lob means you got tossed. How did they know you were playing bad? I just died. I was like just doing really good healing. I've talked about this a bunch on stream over the years. In Legion, you know, I could do excellent healing, but I would just die of mechanics way too much as I was like setting up my disc ramps, because you had to stand still all the time, and I'd like horse blinder, block out what was happening around me, and just die, you know? It's playing like an ape. So, but then I went to raid an EU for 2 years. That helped my gameplay a lot. Raided an Imperative for 2 years. That helped my gameplay even more. And then I joined a guild at the beginning of Dragonflight. And it was like a step back, but it was still like US 10 or something like that. And I tried to like offer some advice, and they really got upset if I said it over voice. And they were like, you gotta DM the guild master, because he was the only officer, and offer your suggestions there. Like, respect the chain of command. It was all kinds of like weird shit. And then we were supposed to only raid 5 days for the first like week or two or something. And then then he's like, well, we're not reaching the prog level we're supposed to reach, so we're going to raid every day. And if you can't raid every day, then get out of here, basically. And so I spoke up, because I still didn't learn the lesson of just talked to the GM about it, and I was like, this kind of feels like a bait and switch because you guys said we were going to do, 5 days with like maybe an hour of overtime or something. And then they kicked me. Yeah, and then they kicked me. And then I joined Incarnate, who I raided with from Warlords to like early Legion. Yep. Remember in Legion getting benched on Gul'dan and I kept trying new people because the heal lead didn't like me. Still was in the kill. There you go. Yeah, GM was definitely not a good person. Yep, that's the thing. It all worked out for the best. No, it all worked out for the best. I mean, because I raided with Incarnate back in WoD and then early Legion. And when I came back to Incarnate in Dragonflight, there were still like 8 people I used to raid with, It was like a 6-year difference or something crazy like that. And so now I'm like, hey, like this sucks. Or like, hey, we could do this. And they're like, we hear you. Sometimes we follow advice. Sometimes we don't. Imperative was with Rig. He was one of my favorite raid leaders. Yeah. By the time that like I raided with him, people were like, oh my God, look at this like clip from Mop, And Mop was 6 years or something like that. What was the Shadowlands to Mist of Pandaria gap? I think it was like 7 years or something like that. It was a while. And I was like, he's like chill as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Do we still have significant loot drama? Honestly, I have not seen any loot drama in my guild. They say, hey, if you're competing for specific items, run Sims compared to the Sims, Healers get loot last. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. So. Yeah, Shadowlands was a while ago, man. Yeah, is H-Priest really crit verse? It is. It's weird, right? But it is. Yeah. Yeah, and like we've just, especially in Incarnate, like everybody's raided together for such a long time now. Like there's always going to be times where somebody gets upset at somebody else or whatever. But it's usually more like pithy stuff. You get past it, right? You get past it. Nobody's like holding the team hostage over something. People kind of hold each other accountable. This tier set's like what, more atonement duration? It's like fine, but I don't really feel like it's that relevant. So yeah, Critverse actually feels really good, San. In high-end guilds, yeah, like loot drama just isn't really much of a thing. Everyone understands that like the faster that you clear the raid, the faster you get geared, the faster you get it all done. So that's a fever flare. I need a sigil of the hunt. Amateur grudge holders, that's right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough to have an environment where like everyone loves everybody kind of thing. Endico, thank you for the prime. But I think that there's also like a lot more pragmatism, a lot more realistic expectations when you're in a guild for a long time. You're like, okay, like I'll get geared eventually. I'll get this thing eventually. Favorite disc tier set, man. Shit. Now I'm trying to remember. I don't know. I feel like they kind of just like enter my brain and then leave. I'm sure if somebody reminded me of one, it would come back to me. I mean, in terms of the bonus or in terms of the appearance? Sorry. Because if it's in terms of the appearance, then I would say the Tuma Sargeras Avatar set, the Avatar Reloaded set. Sorry. In terms of the bonuses, I just can't remember. What did I just buy, chat? Did I buy these alloys or not? I bought the Tormented Tatalum, and I bought Dazzling Thorium. Okay. 10 Glooming Alloy. Sterling Alloy. What's the fix for the Dispel thing? Blizzard is basically just going to allow us to see it on the frames now. So Once they put it in, it basically should just show as a dispellable effect, and you really shouldn't have to do anything. Ooh, the double tap smite was really fun, Ivy. That was what, a Mirjasil, right? And then you get a bunch of cooldown reduction. The cooldown reduction stuff was pretty nasty in that tier because there was a lot of movement, and if you got selected by a mechanic, especially on like the Smolderon fight, I think is what it was, you would just like miss your ramp timings and get screwed. But if you didn't get targeted by some things, you'd be so ahead that you'd actually be holding on to your pet. It was actually really interesting. Oh, the spell's in now? Let's go. W. W, man. Thank goodness. You're playing probably Oracle in M Plus now because Voidweaver got a fat nerf from those changes. He got a fat nerf from those changes. Prez barely got nerfed. Prez like barely got nerfed. Yeah. No, I haven't done the Delve boss. Didn't really, I don't know. Seemed like it was something I would care
Howdy.
about. Howdy. Scope, what up? Thanks for the 6 months, man. Does you ever surprise me? Yeah. Didn't get surprised about the Monk sandbagging. It's kind of funny because Monk got a bunch of buffs after I made like a short with Meg about how their mana was bad in beta, and they literally like buffed the mana, right? They literally like made it better. But I still have that clip up and it still like circulates, and then people will be like, oh my god, Monk's doing so well. Yeah, Prez owns in Raid. I think it's actually be pretty good in Keys too. Not going to be like meta by any means, but I don't think it's going to be like bottom tier or anything. So, is it better to use Evangelism than Radiance? Yes, because after you use Evangelism, your next 2 Radiances are instant cast. Yes, casting for Liquid, Lila. Flying out on Monday. Yep. Oh, that's the wrong one. I think you run Toll now, because it also is giving you the infusion procs. And the infusion procs are really nice. So. Prez my full chanting your Dream Breath? I usually just level 1 it. Yeah. Any reasonable reason for nerfing disc damage by that much? Well, it was doing a ton of damage, and they're always worried about healer damage being too high for raids. But also they have like really bad balancing when it comes to like where your healing comes from. When do I raid if I'm casting? At night. So since Race to World First, you know, they're raiding like 14 hours a day. I'm doing the early end of those 14 hours. And then I have time for like dinner, and I have time for all that fun stuff. So now this guy's just gonna get beat up by guards, I guess. But yeah, usually will. I think my schedule is literally like get up around like 8 or 8:30, go to the studio, get breakfast, cast the first, you know, 1 or 2 shifts. Sometimes I cast like first shift and third shift of the day, and they're, you know, 2.5 hour blocks, something like that. And then I get dinner, and then I raid for 4 hours. Oh yeah, it's super busy. It's super busy, but it's fun because you're basically like, you know, they're feeding us on site, so you basically show up, cast, raid, hang out with your bros, and then just kind of repeat. So it's busy times, but it's also like, how cool is this to just show up and do a LAN party with your friends, you know? And drink all the monster and get paid for it. Yep. We've been playing Priest for Raid Prog. Yep. So we know I can't download the UI. Make sure you sign out and sign back in of the app itself. Life. We're gonna get a paladin orc? That would own. That would own. Where is... Start from the top. Let's start from the top. But yeah, I have a couple like, and I have some breaks where I can just like do keys in between. What do you do if TL ever swaps to Red Bull? I would ask Red Bull to bring back the sugar-free pear that they had back in the day. They discontinued it. But they had this like really good pear. I'm cool with like the regular sugar-free Red Bulls. You know, those are good too. But I think Monster just in general has better flavors. A better flavor optionality, you know? You got a wider variety of product. And bigger cans too. We love big cans. Yeah. Hi for the druid buffs. Yeah, we'll see if we'll see how that goes in 20-man as well. Because I think people are saying Boomy was going to be good for these fights. So I'm kind of curious as to what race is going to do. Still being chased by these? I'm right next to it. Oh, we're in combat. Okay, I see. They need to touch regrowth to make them OP. Yeah, hopefully they don't make them OP though. Bro, how are you guys still following me? What is this infinite range shit? Do you guys not ever leash? I'm gonna be chased by these guys across the fucking continent, I guess. Well, going to the Tideborn, I guess. First time ever, obviously early days, but have your H priest at 250 and really enjoying it. Let's go. I think it's a lot of fun when you get to heal at lower gear levels too. All of your heals feel super, super effective, and I had like 18% overheal when I played Holy on Cosmos. There was like no overheal. It was incredible. Like I'm already enjoying raid healing right now more than I'm in Manaforge Omega. Not even close. Not even close. Oh boy, what are we flipping here? Oh, the big cans. You fucker. Poor healers need to be doing like 100k plus. Yeah, yeah. Dude, they're still coming. Fuck, man. How are these guys still chasing me? These worms have infinite range. Oh, Iggy, thank you for the prime. You know, current rates like Wrath. First time I ever played Priest. This is so much fun. Yeah. I know. But unfortunately, Serratic, Blizzard blue-balled us and they wouldn't let us have Night Elf Paladins. It sucks, man. It sucks. That whole quest line back in Legion where a Night Elf became a Paladin. And then they're like, yeah, you know, you can't quite do that in with your characters though. They're the worms, dude. They're the worms. I guess I can just kill them now. They followed me across the continent here. Oh my god, dude. Undead Druid would be incredible. Like, I get that it's a lot of work. But, like, couldn't they just have, you know, 2 designers a couple times a week? Spend, like, 2 hours or something like that here and there. Start working on those things long term. Yeah, you're just casting defensive penance in Avenge. You can cast some, like, offensive penance during downtime when not really much is happening. Not a lot of work. You don't have to have racial forms for every race. True, but I think a lot of people would enjoy it. You know? Wouldn't it be cool for them to just, like, slowly work on long-term projects like that. I think like manually calling for spatial paradox and then hitting him helps because you get to see the icon on your feet. But I do agree it's pretty suboptimal to the way it was before. Nerfs hit on Tuesday, I believe, Jug. But the mathematicians are saying it's going to be like a 10% nerf. So. Jury duty on the 24th? Oof. Don't they know the new expansion's out, man? Don't they know you got a raid? Against all odds, the druids got buffed. We are finally out of combat. At long last. Let's see. You got champ. Alright. You're good. Let's see if I even have to bother doing these other quests. You ranked world third on normal Voracious on Tuesday. Let's go, Avalon. Good shit. So glad the game devs don't play WoW and they do tuning for it. The tanks are all perfectly balanced. I don't think you're gonna play Lightsmith. They basically like nerf the proc chance out of your awakens. No. Well, I can't kill these guys. Nander, thanks so much for the new sub, dude. I guess I just do. Yeah, I guess I just do the abundance. I guess we just do the abundance. First heavy hero weapon. Oof. Just craft mythic weapon next week. You'll forget all about it. You'll forget all about it. Oh, you can collect other people's stuff? That kind of owns. Changes on the 25th allowed just to go back to talents like Wheel and Woe and beta. No, unfortunately, putting borrowed time in front of Wheel and Woe makes it really expensive to get to. So like Wheel and Woe got better, but it's still just like you're not getting that much benefit out of borrowed time to make it worthwhile. Rolling Thunder. So we're still applying Shadow or Pain and Shadow or Death? That's right. Lots of fun. Lots and lots of fun. And a player profile should have as a healer trying to climb guild ranks. Trying to play all healers, main 2 or 3. I would specialize. It's a lot more important to specialize. I don't even think you need to play 2 or 3. I think you need to play like one thing really well. Maybe 2 if you're adventurous. Actually, I would say like 2. I think 2 is actually really doable these days. But yeah, if you're trying to like guild hop and get into higher ranked guilds and stuff like that, pick 2 things. Work on getting better and better at them. You know, show that you play the game, work on getting on good parses, work on not dying in prog, especially not dying like 50 pulls in on a boss fight and stuff. And then ideally what you try to do is you try to go up in ranks by like 2, maybe 3 mythic bosses. But usually around 2 is like the sweet spot. So, you know, if whatever guild you're in right now, they start next week and they kill, you know, 2 boss fights or something like that, then you could apply to a guild that maybe killed 4 boss fights or 3 boss fights or something like that. But I would probably give it like 2 or 3 weeks of mythic prog with that guild, and then add 2 and go apply to a guild there. And then you kind of just, you know, make a move from there. Where's the new runestone? Right there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Divine Aegis and Eternal Barrier are worth, because you get a lot of defensive penance value, which also gives you a lot of DA value. Yeah. Basically, your talents don't change. Like, you've already been running DA and you've already been running Eternal Barrier. Yeah, you bet sequence. I'm hoping someday Blizzard changes how Disc plays. President and Druid is a good choice for pursuing those goals. Yeah, I think so. Because it's always going to change like tier by tier, but like Prez has been a pretty safe choice for a while now. As has Druid. I think Paladins are always a difficult one to climb with, because if a guild needs a Paladin, like they're going to fill it immediately. But Paladin also ends up playing a very distinct role in raids that not many people play well. And it's kind of what I call like an anchor role, where you're anchoring the team and you're basically doing all the spot healing and the single target healing. Some tiers, you know, if you play with a Holy Priest, you kind of get some assistance. You probably will this tier. But other tiers, you know, we've had times where everybody else is AoE smashing, and then it's just the Paladin who is trying to even out health bars and do the triage healing. And so it's a great skill to learn. You know, I definitely recommend people play Paladin. But it's also a very difficult one to climb with. Because, you know, it's kind of like tanks. It's like, hey, we already have a tank. We don't need a tank. Paladin's one of the things you almost always need. And then if you don't have it, then you fill it immediately. Yeah, Paladin's a sick healer, dude. Opinion about the disc nerfs? I think the disc is going to look really bad in 20-man. And this also just makes them a lot worse for keys. So the benefit is that they're still going to do like a ton of damage. I'm like, yay, but I would not be surprised if disc falls off a cliff next week when 20-man comes around. Main disc support. I think it's kind of like a net neutral Olaf, because I don't think you're even playing Lightsmith to begin with. Yeah. I think I'm going to be playing Holy Priest or Prog, yeah. Because I think, like, we were talking about it earlier. I think Holy Priest is going to look a lot better in 20-man, because most of your heals are hitting 5 players. You know, your Serenity's hitting 5 players, your Poe is hitting 5 players. You don't really scale up your healing very well to 30 players. You have him, which is okay. And then you have Halo, which doesn't really do that much healing. You know, a lot of what Halo does is it gives you surge procs. It is giving you cooldown reduction for your holy words. It's making your allies take more healing, things like that. But it's not really doing a lot of healing on its own. Oh, I would love a prop pally disc combo. That's the best, Alan. That's my favorite combo, in fact. Play with Pally, but for Prog, used to be just one and find a spot on a good guild. Prog is kind of hard. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, good help is hard to come by, but also good guilds are hard to come by too. Not having like deep disparities in like skill between players is very, very challenging to do. And also just making sure everybody has like the same goals, because there's honestly a lot of times where people just have like different goals. I remember when I raided in Future, we had a mix. You know, we had like Dr. J, we had Fragnance in there, we had Nagi in there at one point. And so like you had tons and tons of high-end players. But then we also had some players who were basically like getting ready to quit the game or wanted to quit the game. And they didn't want to put in a lot of effort in BFA. And you needed to put in a lot of effort for gearing your characters, getting your neck eye level. And it just caused like small conflicts that made it a lot harder to kind of like operate the guild successfully, I think. You know? Future was probably the biggest disparity. Yeah, exactly. And it was, you know, everybody streaming it and everybody, you know, kind of experiencing it firsthand. So there was a lot more issues, you know, than I think a lot of other teams and a lot of other guilds around that ranking because of it. Yep. Pro Chimera's kill. Halo was top 3 in healing, just behind Mastery. Damn, dude. I would have thought... So it'd be like Poe, Mastery, and then Halo? Huh. Let me see. Let me see what we had for my Cosmos. I had Poe, Serenity, and Echo, with Halo doing 7% of my healing. Yeah. Yo, this guy better not steal my tag. This guy better not steal my tag. Yeah, I think Crown's a higher damage fight too, so you'll get a lot more value out of like Poe and Serenity and everything. Greater Smite effect Void Blast? It does. Yep. Yep. Like tier, the season's boring, might be powerful, doesn't really change how you play at all. The tier itself doesn't change how you play, but that's also pretty commonplace for everybody right now. Nobody's gameplay is really changing a lot with their tier set bonuses. Prez does with like, I guess it just gives you more Twin Echo value. And that further kind of encourages that setup. Shit, what is the Paladin one? How do I see it? There used to be another tab. Where did they move that to? Still, what was it? Archivalen. Thank you for the prime. Thank you, bro. I think Holy's gonna be a lot of fun, lucky when you get into more high damage fights. I was loving it on Cosmos. Yeah. You used to have a tab, and it would be like item sets or something like that, and it would be like right there, and it would show you everything that you could get. I don't know where they moved that to, or if they just got rid of it entirely. Okay, we're at like 90%. I gotta fight this. Shit, there he is. There he is. I got the tag. I got the tag. Now they're gonna try to fucking kill me. No, you gotta kill this for me, bro. I got the tag. I also juiced it up, too. Yeah, there you go. I think Prez will be a little bit better in M+, yeah. I don't think they're going to be meta by any means, but I do think that they're going to be better than people give it credit for. Yeah. I think we will eventually get to a point this expansion where Prez becomes meta, though. I think it's coming. Oh, it's Prez is fun until you in 3 minutes. That's facts. That is facts. I think Prez is definitely like a healer Whether you're like an M plus main and you want to make sure you always kind of fodem roll to whatever's good, or if you know you're a raid main and you also want to play stuff that's good, I do think that Prez is going to be something on your radar. Why would it become better? Just because it's not been good in M+. It seems like they're just giving it more attention. I don't know if there's a specific, you know, objective reason or whatever it is, but sometimes Blizzard just starts giving more attention to certain specs that were lacking it for a while. And, you know, we had Monk, I think, which really started in like Dragonflight. And it had a couple different meta seasons in Undermine, Mirdrasil, even an M+ in, what was that, Dragonflight Season 3? That was the OG God comp, I think. It just, it's like a vibe shift. And Blizzard's like, nah, we're gonna make this spec really good, you know? I don't know if there's any way to predict it or any rhyme or reason, but I just kind of see like Blizzard signaling that like, we're gonna make this good, you know? We're gonna find a way. Because what they've been doing with Prez, unlike a lot of other healers, is they're not doing like one big rework. Like, remember when Paladin got like a big rework in Dragonflight and they instantly became the M+ meta like overnight? We're not really getting that at a Prez. We're like kind of getting like a slow walked rework where, you know, they're getting a couple changes in this patch, a couple changes in another patch, on and on and on. And I think it'll eventually lead to the spec being meta. The Void Storm. I'm enjoying Midnight. I think the healing is a lot of fun. I'm flying out on Monday. I don't know when the Liquid Gamers are doing it. I think Holy Priest and Pally are both good in raids. Yeah. I think they're both really good. What up, Jet? Not at the moment, Shan. Not at the moment. Yeah, they might have flown Friday because I didn't see any streams yesterday for them. So maybe. Three druids in your raid and they're struggling. Woof. Nick missed his flight? Oh no. Was it because of all the TSA shit? Yeah, I think H-Pally's good in raids. Yeah. I don't know where he lives at, but that shit is the worst right now. An hour would be enough and it wasn't? Yeah. Oh, he's in Florida? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I live in Austin and like that airport is already way overcrowded. Way, way overcrowded. Lightsmith would be the build once Pally changes go live? Nah, I think you're actually still just playing Herald. They basically like nerfed Reflection of Radiance, I think is what it's called, which was giving you more crit judgments. And then your crit judgments are proccing your hammer and anvil, which they buffed. And it's like, cool, did a little bit of rebalancing. Yay. Yep. I think we got a couple minutes before this starts. Let me run to the bathroom real quick and heat up some food because I'm actually ready for lunch. 1 sec. I mean, like 3 to 5 minutes. almost back. Backpack, thank you for the prime. Oh, now there's pizza. Tragic. But I can always have TSA pre because I have a transit worker ID card badge from work. Oh shit. Yeah, I think the South by stuff should be gone, but you know, flying out on Mondays, I feel like I always have the worst luck. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like flying out on Mondays is like insanely busy every time I do it. So, what are we main this season? Probably gonna be Holy Priest for me. We'll see after these buffs. I didn't see any percentage number from the Resto Druid guys. A backpack. Having the hardest time getting your import string. Am I losing it? I hope not. In the Wago app that you download onto your computer, make sure you've signed in and out, and you can like disconnect, reconnect from the app. And then on the website itself, if that doesn't work, then you can disconnect and reconnect there. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm going early. Trust me, I'm not missing that flight. Let me get my food real quick. I feel like this is gonna do worse than 20-man flower. That's my theory. One sec. Okay. Got food. Main priest. Oh, Nick is just straight up not going to the event now? Oh, shit. How come your theory is that it'll be worse than 20-man when it's always been the opposite of that? Because when Disc was better in 20-man, worse in 30-man, it was because the low atonement duration made it very difficult to put atonements up on 30 people. But now the opposite is true, that Oracle's longer atonement duration has allowed you to be able to put out atonements on 30 people, or close to it. And when you're having a lot of healing coming from your defensive penance, it not only heals the primary target, but it also heals every ally with atonement on them with the healing ability called Contrition. I don't know if it's still called Contrition, but it's basically an extra heal per bolt on everybody that has atonement on them. So shit got inverted, is basically what I'm saying. Because Holy Priest is the same way, it got inverted as well. You used to have, you know, Salvation be really good. You used to have tons of healing from Halo. You still get some, but like Halo used to heal for even more than it does right now. And so you would hit so hard at 30 players and look so insane at 30 players. And then Mythic would roll around and then Holy Priest would kind of fall off a cliff. Well, it's inverted now because most of your heals are hitting like 5 people, with Poe and with Serenity hitting 5 people. So, I'm just using Dander's frames these days, Omar. Yeah. That's the thing. I think Holy Priest is going to look good in Mythic because it's predominantly healing 5 players at a time and doing a lot of single target while they do it. So, but that's the thing. Like, that's just my theory. It's always the hardest thing predicting what everything is going to be good at, you know? Anonymous, thank you for the 2 gifted to Saul and Sariad. Thanks so much. Enjoy your pet. Does Blizzard hate H-Pals? Who knows, man? Trying to figure out half of what Blizzard's doing. Drive you crazy. Holy Priest or Pally is better for a new healer? I think Holy Priest is a little bit easier, but they both are pretty easy to get into. So if you're leaning in one direction, just go with that, you know? No, I think it's still Herald. Or DPS Druids to the Prez and H-Priest. Dude, the Prez can go cast their Disintegrates. Let the Prez cast their Disintegrates and then give it to the Holy Priest. See, I gotta participate a little bit in this, don't I? I usually attack. Or do we just sit here? Oh, this is the prep time. That's what it is. That's right. So level 90 to play Shadow? Is there a secret to it? I wish I knew the secrets. I wish I knew the secrets of leveling. Shit's slow. Hardest thing to understand, the Pally, is when to use Bop Freedom Sack. Well, I've reached somebody who's never played it, but very straightforward. Yeah. Man, it takes some time to get used to, like, what are the physical damage sources? What are the physical damage sources that you want to make sure that you're always, you know, watching out for, I guess. But it's just part of min-maxing. It's part of your toolkit, you know. Well, is this back? I don't really think so. Yeah, click the UI link. I think it has all my add-ons there. Most of my UI is like better cooldown manager. Most of my UI is like better cooldown manager. Unhalted unit frames, Dander's frames. That's like the big stuff. So I hate the expiation build too, Wise, and that is unfortunately your best option. Yeah. I'll test it when it comes out, Rosina, yeah. Shaman's kind of dragging on performance. Doesn't help that one of the final boss fights has a massive absorb that you're trying to spam heals onto all their full HP. Old shield build must be close. That's the problem, is you just go You go without the pets. Yo, later birth control. Got my lunch right here. I liked Expiation when we had like double charge of Mind Blast, and you could kind of just like regularly consume it. And I think you also had Purge the Wicked back then, if I'm not mistaken. So it was a lot easier to maintain your dots. But now it feels like it's so exhausting trying to maintain your dots and get expiation value. Yeah, exactly, Sos. When you could actually like maintain your dot for a while, it was fun. This version, nah, not so much. They just deployed a fix, Smooths, so next time you go into raid, it should work. I think Chrono Warden's still the best option, Water. You know? No, it was a Blizzard problem, basically, and they fixed it. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Nebulizer. I think you are going to bring like double Prez, and then you bring Holy Pally and Holy Priest. Because when you look at what are the like really, really challenging fights this tier, it's not Dream Rift. I can assure you, it's not Dream Rift. It's going to be Lightblind and Crown of the Cosmos. And what do they both have? Huge amounts of single target healing required. And Prez does really good healing to everybody else, but it's not really doing great to the heal absorbs, especially not compared to Pally or Priest. So that's what I think you're probably going to do is like the Holy Priest does like prio healing, but cleaves with Poe and with Serenity. They both do like really good prio target healing. And then Pally, of course, is, you know, single target heals, has Holy Light, you know? That's true too. Yeah, maybe you could do the monk. But like, do you have to give up your damage to run that? Like, are monks doing big like crane damage or something like that? I think Druid's still going to be the best in M+. Maybe Druid, maybe Pally. I don't feel like Resto Druid does great prio target compared to like Holy Priest, Holy Pally, maybe Monk. And then I don't think it does great AoE healing compared to Prez. It's like, where's Druid's niche, you know? At least for world first stuff, you know? Yeah, let me see. Crown of the Cosmos from Mistweaver. The heck? Mistweaver. Let's go see. It's a lot of green. This is Sandbag of the Century. I think Monk, or I think Dist is better at like 30-man raid sizes because you can put Atonement on everybody. When you had lower Atonement counts, and it was a lot like tighter windows, Dist was like awful on 30-man. But I think it's going to change. But we'll see. That's my theory. I guess if I'm wrong, then it's a sandbag of the century. I did a no crest craft for staff, and then I'm gonna recraft with Mythic. That's my plan. All right, let's see. Healing done to the null coronas. He's doing a lot. Yeah, he's doing a ton. So this is all healing done to the absorbs. They weren't playing with the paladin as well. So just stacking up envelops, slamming vivs. Now, okay. Oh, this would be a good one. All right. He is playing with a pally. I want to see how this goes.
Keys next week. Hype.
Ooh, at long last, Butters. Thank you for the 13 months. I haven't messed around with Northern Sky stuff. Not yet, Raz. I'll probably do it after World first. Okay. This paladin soloed all the null coronas. He soloed all the null coronas. Let me see. So this guy was playing like raw, pure AoE, Serpent, Conduit, Peach Pies. Was playing, let's see how different these builds are. Almost the same stuff. Jade Bond versus Gift. It's interesting he was running Gift. Yeah, that's about it. Different role talents. What are Brez? You don't care about parse numbers for healing? No. No. Like, it's kind of obvious our level if, like, somebody's struggling. And it usually manifests more in, like, dying than it does on output. Yeah, are you going to be playing Sozo with a Paladin when Swagos is going to be healing? Yeah. Well, that's the thing, and that's what happens with the world first as well, Patrick. Is people get like really tied into like their roles of like, okay, this person's gonna do the AOE, this person's gonna do the single target on this fight at this point in time, you know? Yep.
We have made many sacrifices. We shall not fall.
Hey, AOE heals monk. Let's see. I think this guy did like 0 no corona healing. So let's see. Secret Infusion, Mist Line, Rising Mist, Rushing Wind Kick. So throwing out lots of envelops. Actually, let me see first. He does some of the highest healing in the first full minute of the fight. So let's look at our events timeline. Timeline casts. No, I haven't done nightmare stuff, West. I'll get right on it, Lakey. Got my lunch with Ian scheduled for tomorrow. So he starts the fight. Thunder Focus Team. Renewing Mist. Hits Rushing Wind Kick, a Blackout Kick into a Rushing Wind Kick, into another Renewing Mist. Hits a Tiger Palm. Hits Envelop. Hits Blackout Kick. Hits Rushing Wind Kick. Hits Renewing Mist. Hits another Envelop. Probably on the targets for the no Corona. If I had to guess. More Rushing Wind Kick. Hits a Vivify into somebody. Pops his Conduit for AoE healing. Casts another Envelop on Warrior. More Rems, more kicks. Thunder Focus T going into Renewing Mist. I think it's like longer duration and stuff still. 2 H pallies in the split. All right. He's probably... Are you running with a Prez as well in that split? I mean, if you run 2 Paladins and you don't run a Prez, he might just go for AoE. Okay. Yeah, most of the monk healing is just like cranking up the output of their Renewing Mist, letting that carry, putting it envelop on like prio target healing. Most of this first minute, he's actually just chilling. Hits his Manatee, hits a couple of Vivifies. Yep. Embellish Waste, Dark Nova, yeah. Embellish Waste. You have the staff with an embellish, and then you have the waste with the embellish. Because it takes 2 sparks to make a single item. It takes 4 sparks to make a staff. Yeah. Well, you want to craft a mythic staff. You want to craft a mythic staff. Sabarella, thanks so much for the new sub. I'll probably be main and priest. Probably. It doesn't look like he's pre-hotting. Because he instantly has double rem on pull. I don't know if they wipe out your rem hots on the pull or not. They do that with some spells. Disc, I think... Oh, you're talking about like for keys and stuff, Tilty? I don't know how to get restored coffer keys. Yeah, Renewing Mist is your healing over time. Yeah, I was asking Tilty in keys. Are you talking about keys or are you talking about raid? I think this looks really good in like 30 man, but I'm expecting it to fall off more for Mythic. Unless you can just sit and like execute forever on a fight and like constantly have an execute target. That's where I think it could be like really OP. If you can constantly like leave a target alive. I'm trying to think about what fight would actually fit that bill. You can snipe a lot on Saladar. There's like multiple fights where you can snipe here and there, but I'm thinking about like constantly. Like if you left an ad alive on Cosmos and you just executed that forever, that would be so insane. But yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if it falls off some. I think, especially when it comes to the healing profiles, Prez does a lot of what Disc does better. And then Holy does like better single target, better prio healing. So that might become more of what like Race to World First is built off the back of, is like you bring Prez for AoE and then you bring like Holy Priest, Holy Pally for single target. Yeah, I want to see the monks who are doing insane damage. Because are they running like a different build for it, or this guy did 26k. He's playing Master of Harmony. That's crazy. How is his healing with Master of Harmony? Synthera. So he wasn't doing as much
There is a
healing as the other
version of
monk.
Cell that seems to be working well. Any plans to make a new profile anytime? I know you have the race coming up though.
Think we're at 10 months, Mikey? Not until after race. Not until after race. Yeah, that was my question, was like, do you have to run a lower HPS build? Do you have to run a lower HPS build to run a higher damage build? Yo, Anonymous, thank you for the gifted to Nightclaw. Shayloons, Envelop, Spirit Font. Okay, so he's got Conduit on right now. Yeah, he's got Conduit on right now. So it's not big damage. Sacrifice a lot of healing, but it's 3x the damage. Okay. What about else? Yeah, I don't think you're really going to be doing that then. Because, like, if we already are agreeing, I think we could all agree that you run double press, right? It does tons and tons and tons and tons of healing, right? It just cranks. We all know that. But then you have to make up for the deficiencies on the other end. Like, yes, damage is valuable, damage is important and everything like that. But you really got to care about a lot of single target. And like, yes, you could like spec, like we saw some logs where people spec'd into like single target. They did a bunch of single target as monk, but then they're not doing great damage. But they also were not doing the best single target. You know, so you're basically like bringing people who are the best at these specific specializations. Paladin, single target, you know, Prez, big AoE. Holy Priest is a bit of a hybrid where it's doing good single target, but it's also cleaving people. You know? I mean, shit, what if like Shadow Priest gets good? You bring like double Paladin. That would be pretty sick. You bring the single target healers, you bring the AoE healers. Yeah. You're all good, Mikey. Yeah, we're casting Race World first, Dragon, and leaving on Monday. Leaving on Monday. Hey, Kimbo. How do you get into a World 100 guild as a healer? You just constantly guild hop and get good parses, and then don't die later on boss fights. And always apply to guilds that are like 2 kills ahead of you. How much... What is it, Mr. Cray? HPS was I kicking out on Pally and raids? Let's see. Jack Hammer. Jack Hammer. Oh, Tichondrius. Manarch. Thank you for the new sub. Cranking on Veilgore. Cranking on Veilgore. Oh, I think I was the only one that didn't I think I was the only one who didn't actually on Veilgore. Yeah. I think I just outlasted everybody on this fight on Heroic. And everybody else was just fucking Mythic raid trialing with 3 guilds. Holy shit. 2 hunters and a mage. That sounds rough. That sounds rough. Let's see. And this is Light Blind. Yeah, we kind of got wrecked by the Draguzzi. Any tips for dragons and paladins? Dragon's fight is low high in terms of its damage patterns. I'll show you real quick. So this entire fight is the same thing over and over again. It's low damage, high damage that could kill you, and then an intermission which is kind of fake. Okay, so you might think, oh my god, I'll put my buttons here. You really want to put them here. So you like Divine Toll in the first wave of like ads and Void Howl and all that other shit. And then you Wings, and if you have Divine Toll back, I forget the cooldown. Is it a minute? I think it's a minute. Am I not on my Paladin right now? And I could just check here. It's 30 seconds. Holy shit. All right. Yeah. So basically you like Divine Toll here at 30 seconds in the fight. Then you Wings and Divine Toll again around like minute 20. And you basically just slam Divine Toll every, almost on cooldown. It's basically 30-second timers here. And then you just have your Wings for the second round of Void Howls that go out. And then you have it for this entire duration. Because you have almost like a 30-second 30-second duration on Wings. It's like 25 or something like that. Let's see. 29. No, it is like 30 seconds. Yeah. So you have it up for a while. So you probably just like rip Wings around like 1 minute into the fight, have it for this 30-second period of damage, and you're constantly healing with it. And then, 2 minutes later, you just get to repeat the cycle. You just repeat the cycle. But yeah, it's like during your Wings, you want to use your Hand of Divinity procs and just prio heal as much as you possibly can. Infusion procs all go into your Beacon of the Savior, so make sure you highlight your Beacon of the Savior or find a way to heal it. And then you're chilling. Light Blind, I feel like it's kind of weird. What up, Coffee? Yeah, Light Blind, I feel like it's kind of a weird fight. You have both like ticking damage and burst, and then there's moments of prio target. So I think I usually like rip my Wings early, and I just kind of kept hitting it on cooldown. Kind of just playing for the spot heal game. Kind of just playing for the spot heal game as best you can. I took a walk. Current Legacy as it was, would H probably have been bonkers? Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, because then you're constantly putting out high strength Light of Dawns. Super high strength Light of Dawns. Yep. Press should become meta to teach hunters if they are off in Africa, they can just die. Yep. They're gonna learn, that's for sure. They're gonna learn, that's for sure. But hunters are more tanky than they used to be. Holy Priest, or Priest in general, with the extra buffs they gave for magic damage down, are in a much better spot. Holy shit. It was like very, very noticeable that I wasn't like exploding to everything. Oh my god. Alright, so I got the mana sword already. I need to get a shield. Yo, what up, Nada? Gonna play some Holy Paladin? Alright. I wish they would have kept Empyrean Legacy, even just for keys, man. That shit was so much fun in keys. Pucker Rogues is a miserable experience. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. All kinds of crazy shit going down there, I'm sure. I took a walk. Yeah, have you ever just take a walk? Do I even need Arcana Weave linings? Oh, I do, yeah, okay. Alright. Let's get our shields. Loaming alloy. Silver Moon weapon. New injury and I had to be in bed all day. Send me some money. Oh my god. What are you doing to yourself, Saito? Are you juggling chainsaws again? Knee? How did you get your knee with the chainsaw? Nah, Cell's in like an early buggy version right now. New notes? Last minute changes come into add-on API before Mythic raids and Mythic Plus. They will be hotfixing in some last minute changes to fix add-on exploits, and some of these changes are going to be disruptive and require last second changes. Oh boy. Hey Grandma. Depending on when Blizzard hotfixes these, some add-on authors will need to take some time to update their add-ons. If your add-ons break this week, please be kind to your add-on authors as they're likely doing their best to fix issues the last minute changes. Oh boy, what the fuck are they doing? Alright. We'll be hotfixing last minute changes to fix exploits. We recognize some of these changes are going to be disruptive and require last second changes to your add-ons, and we sincerely apologize for them coming in so late. Part of these changes involve removing the secure delegate portion of action button apply cooldown. We have added new APIs that should replace the functionality it provided, but we'll be watching closely for reports of functionality that still needs replacing. These notes are for add-on authors, and as such are focused specifically on add-on security changes only. Changes planned for other parts of the game, UI or otherwise, are not included here. Remove the ability for tainted code to configure cooldown frames with secret values via set cooldown. This does not impact set cooldown from duration object. Blah, 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 blah.
Hey, chat, does anybody speak this language?
Is there a TLDR? President Booker rip? No, they barely got nerfed for raids. Healer damage being irrelevant. We were talking about like the average player in beta. Talking about like the average player in beta, the healer damage wasn't that high enough. They buffed our damage. What is it, like a month ago, give or take? So like it's gotten a bit better, but I don't think you really need to worry about healer damage and keys unless you're doing like high level stuff. Bottom last section. Macros are no longer allowed to send BNet whispers while an encounter is active. Really? What? Well, there goes our... What about non-BattleNet whispers? What about non-BNet whispers? Like... Been removed already? Holy shit, dude. Send Discord messages. Yep. Oh man, they really want us chatting with each other on the mics. Yep. Off-screen shenanigans. Yeah, probably. In-game mail. There we go. There we go. Yep. What changes have I made for Danders with the no private auras? None. None. It should just auto-show the dispels and stuff. Yep. Elsmere saw this post and bought his coffin. Oh, man. I do not envy a single add-on developer, that's for sure. God damn, man. Crucial computational problem that Blizzard really needed to fix. Okay, so was this going to lead to, like, World First Raiders doing some insane shit with add-ons? I assume that this breaks all the cooldown tracking. I assume it just shatters all the cooldown tracking. Also, World First teams, when we were watching splits, you could see that they were like tracking other people's cooldowns. So I'm wondering if that stuff just gets killed off now. I'm wondering if it all just gets killed off right now. Is it possible to blacklist specific buffs like Light of the Martyr? I don't know, actually. I don't think so. Oh, Nelium? My take on disc changes, feel like they're not pointing in the right direction? Definitely not. I hate that execute version so much. So much. Max said they stopped using it because, yes, Blizzard was killing it. Ah, okay, okay. Well, lovely. Well, lovely. Okay. Alright, I don't think there's a way to blacklist your Light of the Martyr. Yeah. If it was, it would be here. Travel on Monday. Yeah. Traveling on Monday. Mostly affects action bar add-ons negatively short term, but long term it's actually a gain for add-on developer capabilities outside of the obvious exploits Superworld First was doing. Yeah. I actually have a stream window with every person's cooldowns tiled and call it that way. I'd love to see the setup for that one. Yeah, so you should just be able to see all your dispels now, Grandma. Yeah. You think there's anything that gets changed up for Dander's frames, Rob? True, except the Chimeras dispel. I can't tell if I'm ready. Am I ready to make? Oh yeah, I'm definitely over the level. If anything, Nada, I feel like raid leading becomes more important when your tools are worse. There's actually a lot more importance for a raid leader. Whose rock ass house is that? Huh. Gotta level up my house real quick. Upgrade. What are you guys selling? A new Valore Delana. Oh yeah, this is the wine. I just had to level up my house, you know? Just had to level it up. Whose house is this? Oh, it's Wife Cocoon. Okay. Wait. That's her house. I don't even know who. I guess it's just always there. I never even noticed that. She said she had a new church she wanted to show me. Yeah. Oh, this is pretty. It's all a little praise. All a little praise. What up, Ulti? Oh, this is kind of cool. A little bit of a sky room. How did they even make this? How did she even make this? Huh. Oh, there's a lot of candles. Paladin banners, lots of candles. Oh, you just walk in and there's like a bar and wine and cheese. This is the best church ever. You walk right in, there's wine and cheese. Let's go. Pretty sick. I'm gonna invite you guys here before every stream. We'll do like attendance and everything like that, and then you guys can all be in like the congregation. And I can read from the good book. Actually, we got multiple good books to read from. Oh my god. That sound good? How many people can we fit on each bench? Was it only one? Okay, that's kind of lame. But we bring wine, okay? There's a lot of wine. Anything in here? Read us Wheel of Time? Yeah,
Jack,
sure.
Jack.
Oh, Anthony. Thank you for the 15 months. How you doing, dude? Oh, there's the light wells. I was wondering. I'm doing great, man. Chilling. See the hookah lounge. There's so many wine bottles. Oh my god. Oh my god. Call the Righteous, find Avenging's Wrath duration too long. Usually, you just gotta pop wings early enough. There's a lot of damage events that last like a full 30 seconds. I think it's actually still quite good. I think it is. Yeah, dude, everywhere you go, there's more wine bottles. If we go up these stairs, oh, that's pretty sick. If we go up these stairs and there's even more wine bottles, hey, there's another hookah. Elkin, thank you for the 6 months. I wonder, like, where, I don't know, did the WoW devs in the early days just, like, really, really get into hookah or something like that? This looks like it would be the secret bookcase. Oh, I need this. This owns. Well, damn, this one's sick too. I heard that people were dropping their Apex talent, Sasu. Yeah. It was big when the game was first out? Okay. I remember, like, my friends in school, like, I remember going to one of their houses one time, and then they had, like, hookah, but, you know, everyone was, like, sucking on it super hard. I was like, I don't want that shit in my mouth. Yeah. Don't even know where to start since you have to go collect every individual piece. Yeah, when they offer the, like, profiles or templates that you can just import, I'm probably gonna have, this is Wife Cocoon. This is our Gildy Talget's wife. I'm probably gonna have her design a priest house or a healer house for me. Yeah. Let's see, I think Nick has a cool house too. He's got some random stuff in the sky. I wonder if he has done much with his house. Oh, it was pretty cool. Almost feels like it would be a jump puzzle. All this stuff floating. Oh, that's pretty cool. He's got the dragon fountain. I like that. Who KBBQ plays? You gotta try it. You got to. What's this little knick-knack? What's this little guy? That's kind of cute. Look at that. I did do Sig's jump puzzle, yep. I did do that one. That was fun. Frosty, do you have anything new in your place? Oh, I didn't even know they had chessboards. Man, I swear, if they actually had like a working chessboard, there would literally just be like online chess clubs made in WoW. I don't know why they don't do it. You barely touched your house? I remember I went into your house one time and it was like a bed and a desk. Maybe the nerdiest thing ever? Yeah, they're already World of Warcraft players, man. This would boost retention like crazy. This would boost, like there's already chess sets that work, just like let them click on it. You know, there needs to be more games within the game. What better way to like hang with friends, you know? Yeah. That's the target audience, right? But instead, they're like, let's get cosplayers to dress up as orcs and go to a hockey game. Like, what? You know? Doesn't make sense. Already have tic-tac-toe? Exactly. In-game casinos? Dude, people love the golden saucer. I certainly do. That shit's fun. That shit's fun. Team Liquid neighborhood housing tour. They should. Well, we are gonna do that for donations for our charity. We are gonna have like, we will make a character and visit your house kind of thing. Yeah. That's gonna be a thing. Like pet pictures, all that kind of stuff's gonna be a thing. I'm waiting for somebody to like ignore the instructions and then just post an entire like cribs walkthrough of their own personal house. I hope that happens. Oh, I really hope that happens. Yeah. What do I actually really want to get from dungeons? Heart of Wind. Probably the first and biggest one. Nah, I like started the house and then they were like, oh yeah, you're gonna be able to import like a profile and copy paste, you know, somebody else's house that's been designed or something. So I'm like, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like give somebody gold to design a house for me, and then they can just give me a list of what I have to farm. And then I'll work with a professional designer. Yeah, I hope that happens soon too. That should be hype. But if Blizzard built an entire card game in WoW, they could. They could. I mean, here's the thing. What do you think has more staying power? Plunderstorm or chess in WoW? Just think about it. They're like, yeah, we have this like entire development team talking about like making Plunderstorm and everything like that. But I'm like, what if we just made like little side games in the game? And then WoW became like a place where you can meet up with your like chess club. Limited time event. Yeah, the names, the abilities next to the icons. Can't figure out how to do that. That was the default Blizzard timeline. Yeah. Wherever that is. Yeah, but it's like the Blizzard timeline boss feature or whatever. Boss warnings. Yeah. Click on that and then tooltips, orientation. There's something in here about always showing the name of it. Oh, show spell name, show timer, yeah. Joanne Gaines. It's gonna be the best looking house you'd ever seen. Yeah. Well, I personally just use bigwigs, so you could also just use bigwigs. I mean, I don't even use that feature at all, Bottle. I just use bigwigs. Yeah. Nobody has one mythic rating. Did we get Hall of Fame specific decor for pass kills? No, dude, it sucks, man. It's so unfair. Like, Blizzard literally goes out of their way. Blizzard literally goes out of their way to give all these, like, meta achievement things, and then Raiders get nothing. Heart of Wind's not bad, Grady. Like, I know we don't love haste, but it's actually a top 6 trinket, top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, it's a top 5 trinket. Yeah. It's weird. But that also goes to show how bad the trinkets are this tier. It's Litany, it's Locust Walker, Emerald Coach's Whistle. Like, there's a lot of bad trinkets. You know, not so much these trinkets being so insane. Yeah, Litany's actually good. I mean, you do damage and it puts up shields on people. It just does a bunch of shielding. Yeah, it's weird. Second best next to Veilgore. Yeah. That's where we're at right now. But I think it's really just because a lot of trinkets for healers are just bad. Like, they just don't really give a lot of stats. They don't give a lot of value. It just is what it is. Yeah. It just is what it is. Yep. Academy trinket don't feel like it procs much. Yeah, a lot of bad trinkets. I don't know what else to say. Just been a lot of bad trinkets this time around. Struggling between static int with secondary proc or static secondary with the int proc. I'd probably go static int. But you could also just plug them into Questionably Epic and they'll be able to give you a better, more accurate answer. Holy Priest, Reagan. Holy Priest. Let's see what's specifically up for Algathar. Big group, big balls. All right. We gotta sign up for this group. I gotta sign up for this group. I have big balls. Full? That's so messed up. They invited a male dude. They got half plate, half cloth. Unbelievable. Tragic. The balls were not big enough. Man, this world just ain't fair, dude. Just a cold, cold world. Blame the healer. I have no idea, Cake. I'm not messing around with Cell until I come back from race. Yep. With the new nerfs to disc, you still don't play Wheel and Woe? Yep. Unfortunately, man. I know, Dilemma. Yep. I'm hoping that it doesn't mess around with like Dander's frames or any of my aura tracking. I'm hoping. Consuming miasma is still private, but I imagine that they'll fix that. Surely they won't overlook it. Surely. Yeah, I think Holy would be preferred over Disc and Keys. Yeah. This is a nightmare, man. Yeah, I mean, that's what the raid's all about, Coffee. The Chimeras is literally a nightmare that hasn't gotten blessed by Aln or something, okay? That's what it is. When Alnera was taken from her cradle, only pain and madness were left to shape the chaos of the rifts. Chimeras feasted on the void left behind, gorging itself on other nightmarish manifestations. Now it stands as the monster within the rift, a being of agony and rage, okay? That's the lore. Of course it's gonna be a nightmare, dude. Duh. Fizzle, thank you for the 74 months. These mods, dude. These mods. Yeah, dude, learn the lore. God. I gotta tell you everything. Lol Brick. That sounds like a great group. Looking for AutomaticJak. You wanna do a little group up, Sipline? Oh, hang on. I'll bail for you. I'll bail for you. I'll bail for you. All right, Khaleesi, you wanna do a little AA? All right. Give me lead. We'll find a high quality group. High quality. Algathar. Oh, Brick. Come on, baby. This is gonna be perfect. No. Khaleesi, pick it up. We gotta sign up for the group. There we go. Kick that sub rogue. It's called Move Any, Galam. You gotta be locked in. We gotta be locked in. This serious business signing up for M0s. M0 fast. All right, let's see how fast that goes. Let's see how fast that goes. Yeah, buddy. There we go. There we go. Algathar. Let's ride. Oh, I should get my socks. I'm gonna start walking. One sec. One sec. Alrighty. Sitting here nervously waiting for add-on devs to figure out how fucked they are and make their announcements. Yep. Yep. Okay. I did not realize they're in the instance and waiting by the giant pole.
Welcome to the Dragon Isle.
Don't worry. Nah, Palm stuff's not that good, Fig. They nerfed it in beta and it never really, like, recovered. I never really recovered. It is, and they even added some, like, really cool, like, power to Prayer of Mending with Oracle's hero talent, where your Prayer of Mendings never, like, expire or are wasted. They just keep on jumping. Like, they've added some cool, I guess, infrastructure, whatever you want to call it. But Palms in general are just not that much healing. Let's go. Little 134k.
What are you doing?
Woo.
There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not.
Please, help us, new
Make sure we're going to the left. Raid's been great. We finished up Crown of the Cosmos on... What is it? We finished Crown of the Cosmos on Heroic on one of our groups. And we're going to do the other one on Sunday or Monday. I think it's on Monday we're going to do it again. Yeah. Don't need these. Zensh's Prez didn't realize how much of a nightmare it is at 3 range. Yeah. Gotta love it.
What are these birds doing here?
I don't change response to the world first guilds? Yeah, I think so. Which is actually kind of sick because a lot of the world first guilds probably out of an abundance of caution let Blizzard know like what they were doing with add-ons, and then that allowed them to see all the exploits that were possible. And then they can kind of course correct, but the downside is going to be causing a lot of pain and suffering for everybody else, which will not be fun. But it seems like Blizzard's at this point where they're just gonna kind of put like mass suffering, and if it happens, it happens in this first tier, and then hopefully they'll have some kind of stable form for the future. I don't know. From my perspective, like, I think I can live without being able to track PI type stuff I think I can live without tracking everybody's cooldowns. And they basically already kind of marked those things for death. So I'm like, well, they want to go down this route. I don't think my gameplay experience is going to be destroyed if I can't see it and I have to communicate otherwise. My experience for the game was definitely going to be destroyed from not being able to see dispels. So I'm really glad they fixed that, right? What can you do, you know? A lot of people got like upset that I wasn't just like railing against all the add-on stuff from the beginning. And like, if you look at like how they've treated Covenants, especially, Preach had this like really, really long debate with Ian about Covenants and how they'd be bad and like all the things that would go wrong with them. And a lot of them happened, right? And he was correct. But Blizzard still was like, we're just going to do this. We are going to go down this route and we are going to do this thing until completion. And that's kind of a lot of like where I just see Blizzard going these days is like they're just going to do this no matter what. And you kind of just got to adapt until they've kind of had enough, right? Wait, Locke is losing the second kick? Wait, how? Oh yeah, definitely should have PI'd earlier. Rip. None of us plays the game anymore, so it's fine. 2 entrants. What are we, skipping a boss? If people leave, join the group, or get moved during combat, they won't be able to make sure private orders stay anchored to the correct player. Oh yeah, that's always true. That's always annoying. Yeah.
Our history professor Max Dorman is almost ready for lessons. You see if there is anything he needs assistance with.
Read some things to use new methods Blizzard added, but it shouldn't affect functionality. Yeah. Well, that'll be good. But I think this is the most strange thing to me is how damage meters are just so bad now. That's probably like my biggest loss. And the thing that I'll like most consistently miss. Yeah, I miss when details is good. I miss when details showed details. Workout flux is all that works, yep. Yep. I think I can fear, and then I have my copy, right? Yeah, my copy's gonna fear again. I know, it must be so weird to have Classic have, like, a crazy amount of add-ons. Yeah.
Long ago, members of the Blue Dragon Flight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful...
And also having all the weak auras that just do everything on, like, the raid boss fights for Classic. Oh, I know, like, being able to see a death log and being able to see, like, oh, hey, this person took this much damage. Like, was really, really good. Like, was really, really good. No way, no way. Desperate prayer sucks. Start looking at fights for BlizzCon? It might be. It might not be the best time. Jet fuel's gonna be getting mighty expensive. But I don't know if you even wait, though. I don't know if it just gets worse. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe just drive to California, yeah. I mean, I think gasoline won't run out of control, but I don't know about all the jet fuel stuff. I don't know if that's gonna, like, rely on advanced refining or anything like that, or... Apparently you have to, like, mix different kinds of oil together. Yeah, TSA's having problems. So in Texas, gas spiked a little bit, but it's still under $3. At least last I checked 2 days ago. It may have changed since then. Nah, H-Priest doesn't have heal anymore. I wish it did, though. Over 4? Oof. Yeah, there's like a semi-shutdown or something like that for TSA. HEB and Round Rock's almost $4? Oh, holy shit, okay. Yeah. Over 5, yeesh. Dude, I don't even want to know where it's going to go to California, man. Yeah. I don't think it's a wage strike. I think it's like a funding thing for TSA, but I don't know. Tools heal for Lightweaver. Oh yeah, it still says heal. Yeah, heal's gone. Just a little typo. Just a little typo. Is it like what, 4-ish liters in a gallon? I know it's not an exact conversion. $3.7 or something? Okay, there it is. Yeah. So what did he say? 210 euro? So I don't know what the dollar to euro is. Let's see. I'm not even gonna try to guess. I'm not even gonna fucking try to guess. 0.86. So if he was gonna be paying 210, let's do it like an 8.3 euro. Where are these gloves at? Where are these gloves? There they are. Wait, did he get the trinket? Oh, he got a puzzle box. Yeah. $9.35 a gallon in Germany. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, Beacon's 210 is something around $9 in American. Yeah, the guy got the puzzle box. Yep. Wanna do Windrunner? Nice. Oh, I can take the port. Oh, you're in Germany as well. Yeah. Yeah, that shit's gonna be insane. Yeah, the guy with the special Hawk Strider. I've got that too. I've got that too. You and your gallons. How do you buy milk in Germany? I'm really curious. Because Canada, they get bags. They have like, it's almost like a big bin. and it's stacked with like bags. But what's the container look like? Like, what's you buying? Like glass? Is it plastic? Is it a bag? What's it look like? It's only East Coast Canada. It's still Canada, man. It's still Canada. Milk in a bag of some backwards Twilight Zone stuff. Yeah, it's called Canada. It's crazy. Okay, you have like a carton. Okay. Okay. You have glasses and you have a carton. Okay, yeah, it's like normal stuff. Right, I got it. Yeah. We got bags for the daily milk and crates for long serving. They just nerfed Void Weaver by like 10%, Bambus. Yeah. Been getting milk in a bag all his life. That's right. He thinks that's normal. It's not all Canada. I mean, you guys gotta take care of your place, you know? You gotta watch out for these people. Insane. Oh yeah, there you go. You've never seen bag milk? That was one of the first things I saw when I went to Toronto. Yeah. I was like, oh, that's something. Well, that's certainly something. And then they put it in a glass container. And I was like, what? Huh? I'm really enjoying Holy Priest a lot, Genetic. I am casting world first. Flying out on Monday.
is overgrown. Help my far striders tame the area.
Glass is reusable? Yeah, so is the plastic gallons. We would use that for our fish tanks. Yeah, when I have fish. It's like a 4% Oracle nerf and like a 10% Void Weaver nerf. Pico. Yeah. How did our fish live? So, funny enough, I don't know if I tell that story. Maybe I'll type this to you. You wanna hear this story? I mean, okay. So, my family had a basement, and you know, some states in the U.S. you don't have basements, right? So we had this big fish tank with tons and tons of fish in it, right? At least a dozen, maybe more. And after certain events happened in the early 2000s, we started preparing for like shit going down because we live near DC, nation's capital. Some bad stuff was going on, and so my dad stocked up the basement with lots of food and water and all kinds of stuff, right? We were like ready to go. And in the process, he was purifying a lot of drinking water. And so he made sure that he had these gallon milk cartons, bleached them all out, filled them up with water. And he accidentally misplaced one of the gallon cartons of milk, and it still had bleach in it. And then he used that on the fish tank water. Yeah. So you guys can fill in the blanks for who actually killed the fish. It wasn't technically my dad. It was the reason why he was preparing all this stuff, okay? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. So it's Bin Laden that killed your fish? I mean, it's a third order effect. It's a third order effect. But yes, they did. They did kill my fish. That's right. What sort of fish? We had like some kind of like small shark fish. That was my favorite. I don't remember the other ones actually. Yeah. But yeah, terrorism killed our fish. You say you bleached them from the memory? Well, the shark fish was mine. The shark fish was mine, and so that was the one I cared about. The other ones were my brothers and my sisters. Flying out on Monday, Big Mac. Flying out on Monday. Second bottle of bleach. Well, it only took one, man. Yeah, I kind of want to get more fish now. Still thinking about the fish? Yeah, you know, it kind of makes me want to get like a big ass fish tank and spend much time on that. I don't know. And part of me does want to get a cat. I don't think they would coexist with the fish. Oh, what kind of fish would I get? That's a good question. Compromise, get a catfish. Streamer with no cat? I know. It'll happen someday. It'll happen someday. Why do you want to sign up for the army? Bin Laden killed my shark fish? Listen, man, it was a great fish, okay? It was a great fish. It was just something therapeutic about a fish tank. I agree. They're just kind of, you know, just dudes doing their thing. It's cool to look at. Well, I always thought I could start a cult myself someday, Nada. What was his name? I don't remember. I don't remember. This is a long time ago, man. This is a long time ago. Listen, whenever my parents somehow come on stream, I'll ask them to repeat this story. Get some recommendations of what cat to get from Aya. I think I would just get a Maine Coon. I think I would just get the biggest, fuzziest cat possible. He would just be huge. I'll use unhalted unit frames.
Sometimes vain,
Yeah.
admired, but she never wanted to be worshipped. Come, let's find the next relic.
Oh, those are kind of like cheetah-looking cats, the Margays. Small wild cat native to Mexico. Oh. So not a domesticated cat? The tree ocelot. No, Mog. Nah, it makes Aya uncomfortable when people do like the shipping thing with her and I. We've been friends for like 8 years, something like that. Like, I've known her boyfriend just as long. Nah. We're just friends. You have a tuxedo and an all black? Nice. I feel like peacocks would be like really nasty. I think they would be really, really nasty. Didn't say it'd be a good pet? Oh, okay. Guard animal, imagine breaking into a house and Elton John turkey is staring you down. True. True. Oh, aren't the servals giant cats with some big ass teeth? That would be sick. That would be really sick.
Soothing sounds of my harp brought Teresa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
Guys are loud as fuck. Your wife's aunt lives in a neighborhood where like 200 of them live and they're terrible. Jeez. Let's just mass spell. Just don't be trapped.
Well,
Man, how did they get on the roof? What?
in my heart, she won't let you float without fight.
Pet dog and a cat? Yeah, but I just need a yard. I like dogs. But I don't want to just not have enough space for it to live and, like, do its thing, you know? Yeah, I'm a lot more interested in the lower maintenance right now. I feel like if I can't, like, make sure I'm giving the animal the life, you know, they should be living, then I shouldn't take it on, you know? Buy him a treadmill as well, true! That'd be sick. 2 aquariums, 2 ponds, your cats never bother the fish. See, that would be pretty sick. I would definitely be down to have cats and fish. Yeah, because if I got a fish, I would just... If I got fish in general, I'd just get a fish can. That'd be pretty sick. What did I get? Helm? Dogs use the furniture more than you do? Oh, I bet. I bet. My sister and her family have a golden retriever and a German shepherd, and they love cuddling up on the furniture. Yeah. It's funny because the golden will actually start fights, and they'll like play fight after dinner, and it's always him being the antagonist. Little goldfish named Kevin. You know what I would love to get for a fish? And if that happens, then it would be proof that I'm making big streamer dollars. Koi fish. Oh my god. That would be so sick. I hear aren't they insanely expensive though? Thousands of dollars per fish. Get like a giant koi fish tank or something like that. Yeah, that would own. Tree fitty fish. That is a mondo fish, dude. Probably all kinds of specialized tanks or environment for it too. Yeah. Big fish, aren't they? Not sure they're really tank kind of fish unless you're going crazy. Well, I went crazy long ago. Koi fish always travel in groups of 4. If attacked, koi A, B, and C will scatter, leaving behind the decoy. Ah! That was a good one. I'm gonna steal that for Race to World first. And use it to troll Aya. Probably Kalamazoo. It's just so satisfying. I mean, people just walk into puns, you know? I think Void Weaver is like really dead for keys now. You're probably gonna run Oracle. I still don't think this is gonna look good in keys. I'm curious as how it's gonna go in raids. My like running theory is that I don't think this is gonna scale that well with 20 players. But we'll see. We'll see soon. The damage is still really good. Yesterday you faced a negative of your job that you were not ready for. What was it? Wait, there's gonna be a pun, isn't it? Isn't it? Yep, I know. You just feel it in the air. You just feel it in the air. Walked into a procedure room. Turns out they just had a scope up Scumny's butt in there. The photos were still pulled up. Oh no. Oh no. Well, you gotta give them a little bit of grace, okay? They were behind on their work. About the new aura designer, do you think it's better to have externals, blessing a sack in a separate spot, or in the same as the defensive icons? I kind of like it just being in the external or the defensive icon slot, because if they already have something there, then like you kind of know that they're safe already. Yeah. You got someplace to be? You have a doctor's appointment coming up? Is this a reminder? Save enchantment crests? Nah. Basically, spend champion crests on like tier or other things that you know you're going to keep for a while. Spend your mythic crest next week on a weapon. And then basically just only be using good crests on good stuff. Probably gonna be priest. Looks that way, Genji.
I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself,
Sigil. Nope.
music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
Bam. Probably gonna be holy, I think. Yeah. How to get my buffs to stay in place? I used the new aura designer. I used this new aura designer. I made a little short going over it. Now, is that Rob? Yeah, I crafted my weapon with no crests. And then I'm going to upgrade it with mythic crests. So, 4% speed for an hour that stacks to your food buff. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, we're going to be doing more guides. I may or may not stream tomorrow. I might just pack tomorrow, make guides tomorrow for my editor. He's about to finish a couple more guides soon. Are they asking us what group? Let's see. Two more. Does the editor meet with a mustache? No. I hate editing so much. So much. Let me talk about myself in the third person or like that. I can do that for rating. I can do that for rating. I would recommend using a Mythic Crest Fuzz. Yeah. We're to the bathroom real quick, and then they're going to go decide what dungeon we do next. All right? 1 sec. Alright, where are they taking us? They want to go to seats. I think I got a portal there. It's on cooldown. Where are the portals, guys? How do I get the seat? Near the crafting area? Okay. In there. Oh, portal of the time waste. That's right. That's right. Yep, gas with liquid. Flying out on Monday. Player frame is unhalted unit frames. Oh, that's a cool spot to put it at, actually.
An entity from the void has emerged into our world. It must not
It's all good, Griffin.
corruption.
I already got it. Whoa, bro, what? I healed him one time and I have fade up actively. Holy shit. Oh, lordy. Just doing too much damage. Our druid Nullius is horrible. I haven't even bothered with it on priest. Haven't even worried about it.
Champion, over here.
Oh, they made it more difficult after the Hall of Fame closed?
Follow me. The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
Solo the first round druid? Yeah, I haven't even tried doing it.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the
Seems like it might have been unintended. Oh. Well, that sounds like Blizzard. That sounds like Blizzard. People really went wild over having a Hall of Fame for solo content, though. Pretty cool. Now they just need to make it harder. Because having that fill in like a day is ridiculous. really worth doing because it gives you 60 uncap hero crests and 30 uncap mythic crests. That's true. That is true. What did you set your Illyria to as a healer? My bad. Memories in transit that haven't happened yet. So it's a tank and she slaps? Interesting. Or a designer PVT. Yeah. Made a little short about it if you want to check that out. It is super easy. Grabbing Shook, thank you for the new sub. What up, Jinx? Shayla, man, gets some M0s done. Flying out to race on Monday. Nada.
Removing the obstacles between me and this staff of heroes.
For their souls, everything is DPS? Okay.
You'll find their
Because can't I just like set Valyria to DPS and then just hit Fade on cooldown and then she'll just tank it for me naturally and do more damage?
eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves.
Yeah, I figured that would be better.
I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care of.
Yo, Caramel, thank you for the 7 months. I think this is overperforming in 30. I think it just scales well in 30. Compared to like how it used to be where 30 man was like the bane of their existence because they couldn't put up enough atonements. Now I feel like they can. It should be fixed for everything but Chimera's spin. Chimera's was the only one that they overlooked, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, Perma Piety in like the first couple bosses. Like the first like what 2 or 3 bosses, like Dis was on top and they were like some of the lowest output and like some of the highest value for Piety. So And then like you don't see that at a holy because even though they do have piety, Oracle is just not doing that much healing. It is interesting. Can you bring disc on any boss? Not on the ones that really matter. I don't think you bring it on Lightblind or Cosmos, because both those fights, you want a lot of single target healing, which Paladin brings, and that Holy Priest actually brings. Like, Holy Priest is a lot of prio healing that cleaves. You know, your Ultimate Serenity cleaves, your Poe does better healing to its primary target, and then it does a bunch of healing as well. Oh yeah, you're all good, Griffin. I saw it this morning and it reminded me of our conversation, so had to hit you up. Haste Inverse. Well, I guess it's our backup disc neck. Yeah.
Yes, the Naru. We must get inside. Illyria, the skills you have learned can open the way.
Level delve, should you use your keys? That I don't know. When should you use your coffer keys?
Such anguish. The way is open. Hurry, heroes.
It is rare.
Hates? There you go.
Falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved. What fascinating implications. Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
Oh my god, he doesn't have shoulders on. Holy shit. The shaman doesn't even have shoulders on at all. Interesting. That's the first time I've seen that. Interesting, interesting. Ah, must be for the Mog. Okay, okay. That makes sense, that makes sense. Doesn't have shoulders because he's carrying the group on him. And he's 238. With no shoulders. Everyone's panicking. He just ran it onto me. And then they shift. It's weird keeping those debuffs private auras. Like, what were they thinking? I don't know what they were thinking. Probably one of my most frequent questions I get on stream, right? Is like, what was Blizzard thinking with this? And the answer, I don't know. If I could tell you, I would tell you. I tell you, I'm stacking it. I don't care. I'm making sure it gets done. Oh, man. Fine with that, a fresh haircut? What? What do you mean? What are you talking about, Glowy? What are you talking about? It's like an ugly looking chest. Same haircut for the last 17 years. This is how my hair grows. I don't know. I've been to a billion different barbershops and never once have they opened up a book or offered suggestions or offered input, any of that kind of stuff. It's the weirdest thing ever. I don't know. I don't know. We need to improve our perfection. Oh, let's go. Exclamation mark UI. Dozer. I want to go to pits. Let me get some more water real quick. One sec. All right. Just a heads up, your WoW guide has no change when changing from raid to M plus in key talents. Okay. We got to look at it this weekend. It's all in my Wago, Catsy. All in the Wago. Let's do it.
I can't wait to hear about your adventures.
I think you have to like set it to a beta release version, Dave. But yeah, I'm not messing around with Cell until... I'm not going to mess around with Cell until we get to a more stable spot with it. Till after Raid Prog is over. There we go. What is this approach? Is it all the way here? Oh yeah. They made a path. They made a path. Let's go. Oh, yeah, I don't think it's even worth using Cell for like Raid Prog and everything like that. From everything I saw, it just seemed like a little bit too unstable. Yeah. Down. I gotta find the boss debuffs and make those a little smaller. Yeah, I think that'll help a lot. There we go. It's the usual commission fee for public order staff. I usually just like tip like 1K, but that always goes to my guildies. I'm not really... Most of the time I've heard people just say like tip what you want to tip. Yeah, I think between like 1 and 5K is good. You want to give people something for their time. I don't know, it used to be in Dragonflight, you'd have to like haggle with people. And that was the worst, because you'd be like going back and forth on price. And I'm just like, bro, just like make this thing for me. This doesn't need to be so complicated. But yeah, everybody's gotten like a lot more chill since then, which is good. At least everybody I've interacted with. Dude, trying to find somebody who would give you... Oh my god, trying to find somebody that would give you the lariat necks in Dragonflight was like the worst. That stuff was crazy. Yo, thanks for the heart. Yep. 12K for the PvP weapon? Oh my god. Dragonflight crafting mafia where they try to set min prices? Yeah, exactly. There's a whole cabal. There's a whole crafting cartel, you know? It was insane. Tip 30K for each piece of the legendary axe in Dragonflight. God damn. Yeah, that stuff was insane. BOE sales? I think BOEs are always going to be kind of insane. That stuff I get. It's pretty like simple supply demand. I don't miss the Forbidden Reach. Yeah. Oh my goodness. So, you download the Dandersframe add-on, Dozer, and then from the add-on, you can import my profiles. What up, Elmer? Yeah, if you just go through the setup and everything, Dozer, it'll all become apparent. Oh my god, we're getting dropped! Come on! And I'm stunned! I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, man. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent at... I've heard that one, though. You think healing feels bad now? I kind of like raid healing a lot lately. I've been having a blast. There's so much to heal. There's so much to heal. You actually have to like manage your mana. Oh man, if that's true, if I was a panda, I would have lived. You're right, you're right. Oh, let me in, let me in. There's also, this whole season is so good for Phantasm and Freedom, just root snares in general are everywhere. All these Shadowbind casts are snares. So you can Phantasm and immediately get the cast off on you. Oh, you love disc and now it feels bad? That I agree with. Yeah, I do not like this dot spread, execute, micromanage stuff. That I agree with. Yeah. Yeah, I think H5 is pretty fun. I wish we would have kept Imperial Legacy, but I still think it's fun. Latonia, thank you for the Prime and the 2 months. Yeah, I think both Holy Specs are my favorites right now. I think both Holy Specs are my favorites right now. Favorite 5-man healer? Holy Priest or Holy Pally? Yeah. I think I might like Holy Priest a little more for raid. Holy Pally a little more for keys. Because the utility the Pally brings in keys is like nuts. It's so good. Yeah. First time healing ever, or even playing a class that could heal, but I chose Shaman. Not happy about where Shaman is. Yeah. They're kind of unfortunately at this mediocre spot. I need a Halo. Hello. There we go. Arduin, thank you so much for the Prime. Beat double question mark with Valyria's DPS. Definitely the play. It was a little spooky at the end, but doable. Okay. I'm gonna have to give it a shot. That heals for nothing. Same with Heal Wave, Stormstream or Ascendance or nothing. Yeah, it's so much like passive healing, you know? Just kill things, stay away from the hurty things. Makes sense. Did I make a guide to all the current dungeons? I have been. They're all on YouTube. I got dungeon guides for, I think, 5 of the 8. 4 of the 8. Yeah, right here, Latonia. We were just talking about that earlier. Still had it in my clipboard. I appreciate it, Mikey. What do you call a raid group with 3 resto druids? Treesome. Ah, I was trying to find where it was gonna be 3. All right. That was pretty good. Pretty good. You know that joke? It's in my Warcraft logs. Yeah, I'm walking on a treadmill. That's right, almost ready for world first. Oh, big neck. Let me see. That's champ. That's a druid likes to be in the middle of a fight, a combat log. Yeah. We say the combat log. I feel like the combat log is one of the oldest ones. Ghost, we can see your heart rate? I mean, I'm walking like a mile an hour. It should not be that high. I did a noob. It should not be that high. Unless somebody asks me if I'm going to use cell. Then, you know. Nah, it should just be baseline, sirs. It should just immediately update. Let's see, this one's got speed on it. A little bit more haste. Ferris 6 to the prime. Grid yesterday, I got completely overwhelmed, dude. It's I don't know what the UI is like right now, but last time I tried Grid, the UI was awful. It was a mess. Still being worked on, Kindrew. There's like a buggy beta version, but still being worked on. Yeah, this is live right now. We're just getting some M0s done. Finished up our raids almost entirely for the week. Going again on Monday. Grid model after like Windows 98? Yeah, people always insist. They're like, oh my god, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm like, no, you're just used to it. You're just really, really used to it right now. I'm not sure if he was waiting for a skip or what. Up shaming more? Should I just change class while it's still early? When is that next tuning supposed to be? They have another round of tuning. Isn't it like 2 weeks from now or something? 24th, 31st, and 7th. Okay. Yeah, I mean, personally, I wouldn't expect much for Shaman. Every Tuesday for a month. Yeah, I really wouldn't expect much for Shaman, to be honest. So if your goal is to play like bottom or something like that, I'd, you know, sure. Yeah. Yeah, what was the state of Ellie? Because I know Ellie got buffed, but I also know people were really, really down in the dumps about Ellie. Squizzle, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, I think I'm gonna straight up just rip a weapon craft stand on.
Signal the alarms.
Yep.
We will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
I'm trying to think what mythic staff I could get. I know there's a couple of main hand options, but I don't think there's like more than one staff option. But I mean, you do that. The way I see it, San, is like, I'll be in a position to kill some mythic bosses, and then, you know, you're also gonna fill your vaults. And so like, yeah, there's always the outside chance that you could get, you know, like a mythic track weapon or something in your first vault, but like, you also are gonna have so many other options. Or you should Yeah, it's from the Quel'Thanas raid. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yo, thanks for the raid, Slick. I feel that disc. I feel like it's gonna fall off when it gets to 20 man. Like, definitely the nerfs aren't gonna help, obviously, but I also wasn't really expecting it to go that far in a smaller raid size. I also just don't like how it plays at all. I also just do not like how it plays at all. Loving a disc is worth, even if after the nerf. If you're not doing like super sweaty raiding content or anything like that, like my guild's like world 37th, so I don't think I'm gonna play it. I think I'm gonna play Holy. Like if you enjoy how it plays, like go ahead. Yeah. Holy does have a really good set, and oh my god, the amount of holy words you're able to push out during a Halo and Apotheosis is absurd. It's so insane. Yeah. I think it's gonna be most ridiculous stuff. Solid dungeons. We got both BIS pieces from Nexus Point. Oh my god, let's go. DPS spec is my third, not Age Priest. You do you. Two hours? Are you still doing Chimeras for 2 hours? Oh my god. Holy's a lot of fun, Jane. Yeah, pugging sounds miserable. It sounds miserable. People leave after every attempt. I don't understand that. They're never gonna get a kill if they just sit there and leave every single time. Yeah. I've got a video on my YouTube, Masberize, that goes over all my keybinds and stuff. You just check that new player guide playlist, it'll have it there. No one wants to prog anymore? I know. Is my smoke alarm beeping? I don't think so. It might be the treadmill. High-pitched chirp. I have like noise canceling, so if I hear it, let's see. It's him screaming from New York. Must be, Dale. Must be. I don't know. Let me know if you hear it, because like I said, I have noise canceling in here, so I don't hear anything. I don't know what like my M plus main is gonna be or anything like that. My M plus main is like, but it probably is gonna change, to be honest. Because I'm just gonna focus on raiding first for like the first month-ish. We'll clear the raid and then I can gear up whatever character. 251. But I have 2-piece. At least. I got 2-piece. Yo, Jeppy, thank you for the 67. It's one of the funny numbers. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any like super formal plans for an M plus group, but I'll probably try to do something. Yeah. I'll probably try to do something. I haven't watched the full Race to World First vid, but I will do. I will watch more of it. I only got to watch like a little bit. Proper coverage start on Tuesday, yeah. On Tuesday. Priest is gonna be my main for raids. M plus, I mean, it's just gonna depend on where I'm at the end of our prog. We usually clear in like a month-ish. So once we clear the raid, then I can start gearing up whatever I want to main for M+. And we'll be chilling. Can't wait for the Jack interview. I didn't get interviewed. Hey, not Uma's a holy priest, but also pump. You gotta blast big healing. Big healing. In your apotheosis and Halo windows. That's probably like the biggest thing is like you gotta make sure you're using those cooldowns together. I usually am sending the Halo beforehand, but sometimes you can send it. You can send it around each other because apotheosis also lasts forever. It lasts 32 seconds, so basically you want to make sure you have your Halo going at the same time. So you're building up lots of surge procs. And then basically make sure you already have 4 stacks of Lightweaver and spend all your surge procs on Prayer of Healing. Just find good prio targets to slam output into. Method Raid Tool shows the Battle Res icon. Yep. I think Holy Priest has big healing in M+. Their survivability's gotten better. Their survivability's actually gotten a lot better. I don't think it's going to be meta, but I do think it's going to be pretty good. I think I'm preferring Holy for M+ and for Raid. I think the prio healing is going to be really important in a world where you're bringing double Prez, or likely bringing double Prez Evoker for Raid. They're kind of going to cover a lot of the AoE output, but they're going to struggle more with like lots of prio target healing. And there's a lot of major boss fights where you need to do a lot of prio target healing. That's right, someone's got to heal the boomies. Still in combat? There we go. Survivability got better because they buffed spell warding. So it's 6% DR instead of, you think it used to be like 4% DR? So you get like better DR that way. You have a stamina talent this season, this expansion that they added, which is like 6% more stamina as well. It feels so good, Manuel, dude. I love it, man. I love it. You hit Halo, you hit Apotheosis together, you're just blasting so much burst. And single target too, which is great. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm running energy compression in raids and then sustained potency in keys. There we go. Yep, I use better cooldown manager, unhalted unit frames, and Dander's frames is like my big 3 add-ons. Nope, Shoney. Nope. Yeah, they finally put an emphasis on like prio target healing and direct healing for Holy Priest. 2-minute him that gets crazy value too. That's what I did. I crafted a Prez 2-handed mace, I think is what it is. Yeah, that's what I did. I think H-Pally will be a little better in M+, but Miss Uber's pretty good too. You feel so good in M0 is probably what I'm maining for keys. It's fun. The fist weaving is really, really fun. Yeah, I am, Rico. Yep, got them both. I bet Monk's gonna be really, really fun when it comes to your Way of the Crane also. Because then now your Way of the Crane is gonna just heal one person with your spins. It's gonna be insane. Hear me out. Ellie Shaman, Devour DH, Arcane Mage, Guardian Druid, Holy Paladin. Ooh. I like Guardian Druid and Holy Paladin together. It seems like it'd be good. Ooh, that's a direct upgrade. Well, never mind. It kind of is. Technically it is because veteran to champion. Yeah. Oh, do they over nerf Guardian? Master spell. I wish, Sazabi. I wish, man. That sounds sick. Affliction will be competitive with Demo and M+. That I don't know. I messaged Kalamazi last night and he said Demo was still OP. I think he said Demo was still OP. Af's mid? Okay. Isn't Af always mid?
Sup, Jack?
Yo, how you doing, Davinos? Thank you for the 2 months, dude. I've never played Af, and I feel like every time I hear about it, it's mid. Af was meta 10 years ago last time. Woof. And mid since Legion. There you go. Problem with Af is very particular single target talent setup and AoE, so it's hard for it to do both. Oh, I thought they fixed. I swear that was like a huge problem when they made Dragonflight talents. Was like you could either play single target or you could play AoE, but you couldn't play both. I thought that was something they fixed for a lot of specs long ago. Long ago. Not Af. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. The sacrifice that spec in favor of Boomkins and Shadow. If there's a dot spec that's good, it's one of those two, because Af just sucks. Yeah. Incredibly spread depending on spec and hero talents. You play Demo, you can either pick subpar or literally the best single target damage by far. Whoa. Okay, but what wins for the Paladin fight? What wins for constant two or three target cleave? Because isn't it going to be like all the best specs are going to be the ones that succeed at like hitting 2 targets at a time, 3 targets at a time with Paladins and Crown of the Cosmos? Demo Destro? Going for that bonus pad. When is it okay to DPS to learn base mechanics? Just had a hunter and Guilty Shaman yell at me for asking the hunter to not ignore boss mechanics and Nexus Point. I think a lot of playing WoW is finding people who share your goals and playing with those people. Because you'll have like very, very strange imbalances with who you play with. You know, you'll play with like casual players who act super sweaty, even though they don't need to. Or you'll play with like hardcore players that play like super chill and they kind of know that everybody's supposed to, you know, hold each other accountable and do their own thing. But I feel like one thing that leads to just not enjoying the game a lot is when you play with people and you don't share the same kind of goals. You want to be sweaty, but they don't. Or you want to be chill, but they want to be sweaty, or something like that. You gotta find, like, the sweet spot, right? Sweaty casual, but only for yourself. Yeah. That's probably one of the best gaming communities for finding people to play with. Yeah, and you just gotta keep on, like, you know, the searching until you find that right group that fits, you know, what you're looking for. Because you don't need to have lots of communities that'll all fit your needs. You just need to have one, you know? I think Holy feels great, Raper. Yeah. I think what feels good about Holy is that it does lots of 5-player healing. And so, like, when the raid groups slim down to 20, I think that Holy Priest is gonna shine. And I think in Keys it's gonna shine. Yeah. I'm good right now, more. I don't really enjoy playing it. Find a guild, wanna do AOTC and some mythics. Now's the time, man. You gotta get on it. Gotta get on it. Yo, what a mix. Got enough of M0s? Yeah, I feel that. I'm ready for keys. I'm ready for the difficulty level to get jumped up. Sure, the AoE heals feel like they do something. Yeah, I like that Holy Priest actually has AoE healing. I love it. Pres Mace? I think I did Ace Mastery. I'm playing Holy right now, Id. Yeah, I killed Crown of the Cosmos. I did some pulls as Disc and then I ended up killing it as Holy. Because we needed more single target. We need a lot of healing for those null coronas. It was a fun fight, though. It's a nice mix of, like, prio healing and AoE. I think I burned through almost all my mana. Actually, I did. I burned through all my mana, and then I... What did I do at the end? Oh, yeah, I jumped in fire and went into spirit form. Yeah. What was my healing? Let's see. And it scares you? Yeah, you just gotta pace yourself. Just how it is. That's just how it is. We did 106k. And we, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 healed it. I wish I could show you how many people are in the group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. There you go. We dropped only a couple people. Flying out on Monday, Hakura. Flying out on Monday. I like that mana matters as well. I just wish I had a way to regen mana as Holy Priest. It's annoying when like some healers do have a way to regen mana and other ones don't. That's my frustration. Yeah, I'll link the log in chat if you guys want to take a look at it and stuff. Yeah. No symbol, no Shadow Fiend for Holy Priest, just for disc. Smite used to return mana in Water Legion. Might have been before that. We had Solace back in the day. We had Solace back in the day, and that gave a bunch of mana. Yeah. As we rank amongst the others, I think they're like, I'm a little skeptical if you see them for Race to World first, but they seem really good outside of Race to World first. It seems like Race is really drilling down on like, these people do the best AoE, bring them, that's Prez, and then bring people who do good single target. Choice note with the Chastise Stun where it triggers like 6 seconds of mana regen. Oh, what about making one there? Set a challenge using globals on Smite. Maybe something that like causes your Holy Fire dot to regen mana and you want to try to maintain that. I think it'd be kind of cool. So, you potentially could use an Alchemist Stone for better mana. That's happened in the past. You just have other crafts that are better value for you right now. Yeah. Yeah, Crown feels really fun to heal, and I think it's a fun fight to play. It actually is like very intuitive as like what the mechanics are. Yo, what up, Boston? Yeah, I'm just on a walking pad, K. Where's the Nullius boss thing? Should we try that? You do in regards to mana problems, you used your clout to demand constant innervates. I'm working on that, Jeppy. I'm working on that. Void Storm, bottom right. All right. Let's give it a shot. One shot at easy? We'll see. We'll see. This is Torment's Rise. Nullifying. Nulling Nullius. Hey, manage mana as Prez. I was told to not use as much Verdant Embrace until I get my tier set bonus. And then try not to just like over Temporal Anomaly if there's no damage going on. Do I try to learn the mechanics or we just go and do double question mark right from the get-go? I'm just gonna get annihilated here. YOLO it? Alright, alright. For mana, I think about our enlightenment that gives 10% regen. I like to believe that thinking about the talent recovers mana. I like that too. You manifest it. It's good. Kill ads, heal Illyria. There's an interrupt. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. All right, I set it later to DPS. What are the good ones? What are the good curios? Kill him, kill ad, stay away from puddles, stay away from gravity when it spawns. You do Mantle for cheat death, but I'm a DPS. Porcelain tip and mandate. Porcelain blade tip. Chance to crit strike targets. Alright. What about mandate, a sacred death? Alright. Let's try it. Oh, it's Tyrant. Mantle and overflow is what he said. All right, let's try it. All right, we'll try Mantle and overflow. Level 16 Valera, is that high? Is that high? It sounds high. Let's see. Not ideal? You know. I think I'm just gonna go level up my Valera a lot before I take on this boss. You don't know me that well. Put that there. Put on a new flask. Get a little bit of food. Oh, true. Fade image. Fade image good. Do I get any value out of like rooting and stuff? Don't need consumes even? I don't know how difficult this is. Alright. Oh, that guy gone up bumps. Ooh, not yet, Tanner, but coming soon. Coming soon. Oh, it's a private aura. The dispels are private auras. Oh, man. Of course they are. Just a long dot. Just a long dot. Yeah, you bet. On my YouTube, Tanner, I'm going to have guides for every healer. And I'm hoping to have them done before the end of April. We'll try to get them done before then. That's my current plan. Oh my god, there's big swirlies. He had ranges at 20%? Okay. I got this. If I go into angel form... though... Am I still... gonna keep the fight going? It resets? Damn. Alright, it's good to know. I don't want to tank a tactical angel if I don't have to. What else? MC the ads? Oh, I don't think I'm running MC. Yep, no MC. Look at Valera pumping. She's just carrying me right now. When the first adds you like 10% of your overall damage is shadow, didn't die either. Sheesh. This guy's punching. It's double question marks. Yeah. First pull. First attempt. Bro, Valera, can you tank a little bit? Can you tank? Another debuff. I'm using Fade. I am. Don't worry. And intermission. Aw, thanks, #1 player killer hero. My favorite chatter with that name. Alright, go eat. Oh my god, it's all filling up with goo. Valera, get out of the goo. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna hit a little GS here. Hit a little fear there. What am I getting dragged by? Just constantly moving. There we go. Whatever it is, we killed it. Oh, I see. It's the gravity orb in the corner. Got it. If I can go here, hit the fade button, not get punched. Let's see. Go this way. We'll go this way. Get it a spell. We've killed all the ads. Mr. Skizzles, thanks so much for the 3 months, man. 2 months, 3 months. Yeah. No idea, Ang. We're about to. This is my first and only pull so far. We're gonna find out, man. Gonna find out. Ooh, this hurts. Does he stop summoning ads at 20%? Is one more at 25%? All right. Close getting my apotheosis, so. Where's this? There we go. All right, there we go. Stop.
I don't think so.
Is this the only ad? Looks like it. Can't fear him. Oh, what are we doing, champ? What are we doing?
I don't think so.
Run all the way over here. Oh, is he big and mean now? Oh, I got a curse. Ooh, big punch. Come here. Hit that guy. Oh, I wish I had Phantasm. Oh, we wish we had Phantasm.
I don't think so.
Oof. Wait, we're still alive. What kills me?
Now strike. This is for you.
Okay. Boss cast? Well, fucking kick it. Well, they're so useless. Just like the DPS in my raid team.
Too quick to counter. Speak no more.
You always want to fall. Oh my god, stop. I'm literally just running half the time. Yeah, he's my healer kick. Yeah. Alright. Oh, it filled up again. Lame. I'm a little... Lyra keeps getting close to me. Alright. I'm gonna move all the way. Oh my god.
Not quick enough.
I just do not want to be punched. I don't want to be in punch radius.
Speak no more.
Alright. Lyra, no. Stop being in an awful spot. And her grip got interrupted? Cool. Alright, I gotta get out of punch radius again. Bro, Valera is trolling me.
Speak no more.
Just sit still, bro. Oh, that curse, I guess, fell off. But I needed a Phantasm for it. Well, that was really easy. That was really easy. What do you mean I cheated? Hang on. This guy... Where was it? Don't worry, you're not gonna one-shot it. Yeah, pin that. We're pinning that. That's right. I did one-shot it, Wiz. Suck it, nerd. No, double question marks, Jank. My Valera is like 15.
Loyalties are my own.
Yeah. What is this? Nullius Dumai. Yeah, I'm gonna get this cool mount too. I'm gonna get this cool helm as well. This other thing. There was double question marks. She's level 16. Yeah, set her to DPS. Nice and easy. Y'all got no faith in me. Yeah, no, excuses, Wiz. Excuses. Yeah. Yeah, nice and easy. Yeah, where's this mount? Yeah. Arcano Void Construct. Streamer privilege. Just get good, bro. 23 won't do over 5k. Set her to DPS. This is pretty sick. Damn, why did I just walk in there and do this on reset? Haters are trying to keep the healers down. That's what I'm saying. Let me see. What was our thingies that we used for Valera? I did whatever Tyrant told me. I did Mantle and Overflowing. Mantle and Overflowing. Holy Priest feels so strong with how Poe works. Thoughts? Yeah, I agree. It's really fun to play. Are you using the Mantle and Overflowing? I don't even know what these do. When a party member health falls below 40%, the Mantle grants them to absorb. Enemies near the shield and active companions are knocked up, take 10% more damage. After 25 seconds, party members and Valera deal 6% more damage and healing for 20 seconds. pretty high uptime. That was double question marks. That was double question marks. Yeah. I got the mount. I got the mount and the achievement. And the title, The Ominous. I'm kind of confused as to why there weren't more mechanics for the boss fight, though. I was a little confused. But I level 251. 251. They talked all kinds of shit, Coffee. They were talking smack. Alright, Blizz bullying Disc. I don't know, man. They're designing Disc for PvP and not so much for PvE, is my theory. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. Zekfear was pretty easy. Yeah. Just felt like I didn't have to do any mechanics, though. Yep. Not yet, Girth. When I get back from race. Dabombo, thank you for the prime. Yeah, when I get back from race, I will. Yeah, I'm loving Dangerous Frames, man. I'm really enjoying it. Yo, what up, Hope? How you doing, man? So, we're not doing like an official morning show this time around. Unfortunately, we don't have a sponsor for it this time. Which kind of sucks. But I are gonna do probably like our own version of like the morning show. We'll probably do our own version of the morning show and everything. Probably on her stream in the mornings. Yo, Anub, you gotta cut that out, man. You gotta cut that out. It makes her like super uncomfortable, dude. Yeah, there's no morning show this time. So I will probably just like hang out in the morning before our shift starts. And we'll just probably yap and do quick recap and stuff like that. I was thinking about doing some like YouTube video kind of stuff the way Dratnos and Tettles do theirs. But do ours like a morning show edition. We'll see. I'll see what's going on. You and I trolling Echo's chat? Now that would be fun. Now that would be a lot of fun. But I feel like all the mods get on high alert for good reason. For good reason during World First season. I don't know. I don't know if that would go well. Yep. I feel like they'd be on high alert and just hand out bans. What was it that got Tettles banned? Or timed out for... I'm trying to remember now. What was it? What's the sponsor give to you guys that you can't do the show without one? I think it's more that it costs a bit extra to have more production on site for the morning show and to develop that. I think World First is still profitable. I think it's like barely profitable. Yep. Do I ever, wonder what I could have done with my life if I had never installed WoW? Yeah, and the options don't sound nearly as exciting. Because of WoW, I went to London, Australia, Rotterdam, LA a bunch, for whatever that's worth. Ohio. Went to good old Easton, Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, buddy. I don't know. Been all over the place. Got to talk in front of like 30,000 people at BlizzCon in 2019. Probably way worse for you specifically. Different. I don't know. When I was in college, I was studying finance. That was eventually what my degree was in. And I was working with some auditors for my internship. And part of our job was working on software for capital asset management, which is basically like big expensive equipment and materials. And I was telling my boss, who's a CPA, her name is Ira, I-R-A. And she and I were talking. She's like, okay, what are your honest thoughts about this software? And I was like, well, it's awful. Like, it's limiting what we're able to do. It's a lot more work. It's just a downgrade. But it's a new interface, and it looks pretty, And she's like, okay, well, I can't really say that at the meeting, but you could as an intern. And I was like, all right, cool. And so it comes up in a meeting, and she says nothing. And then I raise my hand, and I'm like, okay, well, this software is, subpar because of X, Y, Z, and it lacks, A, B, and C features. And everyone just stared at me like I said something wrong. And then I realized that it probably is not going to be good for my health if I'm going into some kind of overly corporate environment where people want to do stuff, and then you talk about how to get stuff done, and everyone looks at you like you're just a murderer. Like, fuck that. I feel for you guys who have to do this shit every day. It sounds awful. Like, extra office politics and, like, keeping your mouth shut when stupid people are in charge, or there's this whole, like, hey, here's, we're going to do this objective, and then, you just have to, like, cover for people who aren't doing their jobs, or just accept it when people don't want to do their jobs. I'm sure you get used to it, but I don't think it's enjoyable. I played WoW for like 12, 13 years. Yeah. Do I know why the game stutters if you reinstalled a new AMD 9800? Update your chipset drivers. Yeah. Working in corporate teaches one not to invest too much of their life at work. For some of us, just a paycheck to pursue our objectives in life's enough. That's great. Yeah, man. I can't imagine being in that position, but I also don't have those experiences, Only options, WoW or a corporate desk job. I mean, my dad wanted me to go to the military, but I didn't. I mean, there's many different options for what you could do. But I haven't, I've been full-time making content for, what was it, since 2018? So almost 8 years. May of 2018. And, I don't have any regrets. There's been some amazing stuff that's happened. There's been some awful stuff that's happened that never would have happened if I took a corporate job, but it worked out. I think I'm better off for it, You could use champ crests if you're upgrading stuff that you need or going to keep. Should I rip veteran crest into this? Yeah. But should I rip champion quest into a 2/6 cloak? I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'm sure your wife and kids were supportive. Absolutely. So supportive. Find like-minded people in the company and try to make teams with them. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I mean, I'm ripping heroic crests into my helm. I ripped champion crest into my gloves. I ripped all my veteran crest and below. But do we have loot? We might have loot. Nope, just some roots. Is my wife Manuel Jessica? Maybe someday she will be. I'll see how she feels about changing her name. Big root. You can do some cool shit at work, so complaining about software is met with your boss telling you to build a better system. There you go. There you go. I mean, I was basically like headed towards being like a CFA, finance bro type stuff. I probably would have gone for my master's had I not started making content and everything. Like, I don't know. I'm good. It's good to take a walk every once in a while, Lemon. Which tools do you use to check when people ramp and raids? Just checking logs. Regarding choices, I know it sucks, but the passport also helps dictate the choices a person will have. So for those of us from the developing world, often you need to suck it up to reach a decent stage where it's not about survival. That's true. Yeah, man, like in a super fortunate position. You're not gonna find a complaint here. But yeah, when you are looking at raids and stuff, Ruin, just click on whoever's name you're trying to find. Go to their cast section. And then here you can go find when a specific ability gets utilized. So if you want to see like Halo and Apotheosis, you can see them right there. And then you can kind of just click on either the blank space here or the name up at the top. You can also look at lorgs.io. And this is a really good website as well, because this will give you a breakdown of what is basically going on each fight. So if you want to see disc on Crown of the Cosmos and when people use their evangelism and their uppies, you can do that. Yeah, it's in my bio, Lalo. Yeah. From Lorgs to an add-on? Yeah. It's pretty easy. You just... Let me resize this real fast. Here we go. You just find whatever their name is or whatever. Click that little paper icon. Copy the ERT note. Hit copy. X out. Open up, method rate tools or whatever it is you want to do. Go to the reminder right here. And then you select your boss fight. So we're going to select Crown of the Cosmos if it existed. Interesting. There we go. There's only a normal one, but then you import from note, hit paste, and add reminders. And then it'll show you when the evangelisms are. And then if you want a reminder more in advance, you click on it and you say, I want a 10-second in advance timer. And I want it to glow. Boom, there you go. And then you test. I think we wait like 20 seconds and it should like pop up. I don't know where exactly it pops up, but you can see like the little red line. It'll keep moving, it'll keep moving, it'll keep moving until it hits the 20-second mark. There it is. See? It's like cast evangelism in 2, 1. Oh my god, cast evangelism! There you go. Yep. Should I throw a party tomorrow for 22 years of playing? Yeah. Do it up, man. Do it up. Yeah, it's method raid tools. Yep. I haven't really messed around with Northern Sky, but then I press Northern Sky raid tools, and then I open up the menu. I'm like, this is a bunch of stuff. Where's the boss option? Where's the boss options? This is a bunch of stuff going on. This stuff's crazy. Yep. Where do I select a boss fight? Shared reminders, top right. Reminders page. Okay. Shared reminders. So import. But then how do I set up for a specific boss? Eigenar, thanks so much for the new sub. Yeah, it's just like, where do I go see and select by boss? You know? Yeah, it's like I might as well just use method raid tools, because like, I don't know, I can't find a timeline for a boss fight. What up, Jim? Method raid tools see stuff like healing CDs and that you used to in raids. Is that gone? You can. So like, what you can do, and the reason I like method raid tools is you just go to the menu and you say, I want to see a light blind Vanguard, okay? And then you can choose to do one of two things. You can go to Lorgs and you can pull up just your stuff, right? Or you could grab from WoW Utils and you could put in everybody's stuff, and then you could say, all right, well, I only want to see alerts for me, and then you can kind of look at it. Gotta hack into the mainframe. What am I looking at? If you want to edit WoW util string or create your own, the first line of any import has to include an encounter ID. It can optionally have a name and a difficulty. They're like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, you want a cooldown track? I'm pretty sure they just removed that. This is like the community, you know, professor. Oh my god, how am I forgetting this? It's Professor Chang. He's like, what is this? What is this? Start hacking. I could also just use. I could just use method raid tools. Yeah, this is method raid tools. You basically go to your reminder button. Yeah, method raid tools right here. You just hit the reminder button, select the boss fight you want. That'll show you a timeline of the abilities. They'll probably have Crown of the Cosmos out soon. And then you go to lorgs.io. Be like, when's a good time to use my cooldowns? Well, most of the time you see everybody kind of using it around this mark. So I'll copy this guy. Click on the note in here, copy it. Go right into the import, hit the old import button, and then you just, boom, hit the add button. Yeah, just like, it just works. You want to add you want to make sure that they give you alerts faster or at a different time or something like that? Like, you can do that too. Let's do this. Let's go Lightblind Vanguard, import from note. Wait a minute. Import from note, copy paste, add to reminders. Click on each reminder. Show me a 10-second heads up. Give me a nice little countdown. And then I click on this, set the duration to 10. Click on this, set the duration to 10. Actually, I'm going to set the duration to 20. How about that? I'm going to set it to 20. Give myself so much time. So much time. Massive amounts of time. Hit that test button, then I'll show you what it looks like. And it's going to pop up just above this frame. What part of the fight is this? Test. And now we wait. Oh, is there a class in WoW that wears male armor and is all 3 roles? Nope. Should pop up any second now. It should pop up like 20 seconds beforehand. There it is. See? You're like doing a little countdown. Hey, use evangelism at this time. You know? They should add an evoker tank. That would be sick. That would be so sick. Seems like NSRT is more for teams. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep it downloaded for whatever my guild needs. But I mean, if I have to do all kinds of weird hacker man stuff just to set up my alerts, like pass. I could just use method array tools and it works just as well. And it's a lot easier to understand. Yo, Nail, thank you for the prime. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. It is method raid tools, Madro. It's a way to set up cooldown reminders for all your abilities. Thanks, Griffin. UI is in my Wago. It's all in the Wago. Yeah, I ripped the champ crests. I ripped the champ crests. Well, you can take the info from WoW utils, or you can take it from lorgs. Like, you could do it with either, because the export gives you a string, and you import it into this add-on, and then you can use it to set up alerts. What a buff. Yeah, so see, like, this alert and everything, you could get that from WoW utils, or you could get that from lorgs. You set it up, you can adjust it. So, use lorgs.io. I'll link it again. I'll link it again. You use this website, and then it's going to show you all the logs for all these parses. And then you can say, all right, let me see like what the pattern is. Okay, on Chimeras, everyone uses their abilities in the first X amount of seconds, so I can copy whatever. Yeah. So it's encounter reminders, Jolly Roger. It basically allows you to remind yourself of when to use cooldowns. So on a raid boss fight, you know, everything's scripted. So you say, I want to use my ability this time, and I want a reminder that pops up in my face and says, hey, make sure you use this cooldown in 20 seconds. Get ready for it. And it's another way to add an alert system to it. Yep. You can do that for PI as well. Actually, that's probably the solution. That's probably the solution, is like once you understand when people want the ability on the fight, you just set up a reminder for yourself there. Yeah. I don't know if they... I wish that I could... Yeah. I want to make a profile. They still never did this. I asked them to do this ages ago, too. I want to be able to make profiles and then share them with you guys. I guess I could do it here. Maybe I could do it there. I thought it was supposed to be a profile thing, but I guess not. Wow. Rather can share a note for everyone. You basically don't have to do anything in SRT if they do that. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I usually am just hiding their raid plan and then just importing my own stuff with method raid tools. What about though? I feel like it's easier to set my reminders, Crazy Boots. I don't know. I haven't really messed around with that much Northern Sky, but the interface does not seem great. Yeah. I don't think you can set it for boss percent HP. I think you can only use time as a factor. NSRT is the grid of raid tools. There we go. That's facts. That's facts. Yeah, I don't know. I've used method raid tools a couple times. I think I've used it for 2 or 3 tiers, and like, it just works. It fit for, you know, my brain and trying to figure out how stuff's supposed to work. So I'll take it. I'll take it. Plan on using the website for planning? Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is like with WoW utils, you can just import your profile. You can take it off the site and just put it in here, you know? So that already works. Yo, Goldtron, thanks so much for the gifted Alphia. Welcome in, welcome in. Just seems like it's a simple way to do it. Wait, why isn't the Void Spire all crazy? What happened? Should we fixed it? I thought I don't even see the Void Storm. Do you guys have this too? Does everybody have this? Close the Dark Well? I thought I did not close the Dark Well. And I thought we were all gonna die. Is it in your game? Okay. In my Waggo I do Haze, yeah. I don't think Danders has any performance issues, yeah. I feel like it kind of just gives me everything I need. I don't know. My grandfather, Christopher. My grandfather. What if it still burns me? I wonder if it's hidden. Yeah, I mean, we cleared Cosmos Heroic, but I feel like it should make an evil Void Well now. It's all empty. Weird. Still burn? It doesn't even burn. The Void Well got extinguished. Or Light Well. Sun Well. Yeah, I guess X-Pack's over. We cleaned it all up. Yeah, it should be an evil purple one for me. Because once you... Spoilers! Once you clear the raid, it should become all evil and stuff. Well, at least it's all pretty now. I don't know. I guess we're all caught up. I mean, I didn't do... Yeah, I didn't even do the Wake of the Darkwell quest either. Huh. Oh, well. Anyway, dudes, I'm gonna make some dinner and chill. I may or may not stream tomorrow. And if I do stream Monday, it'll be late. If I do stream on Monday, it'll be late as we kill Crown of the Cosmos Heroic again. So we'll see. But tomorrow I'm gonna pack, get ready for going to LA for Race to World First. Stream schedule will probably be a little scuffed, but I will be on the Liquid Race to World First streams, usually earlier in the day. I think our first shift is like 10 a.m. Pacific time. So, yo, Goldtron, thank you for the new sub, dude. Something around that ballpark. I know, I gotta get to the airport early. I gotta get to the airport real early. Hopefully TSA is not gonna be a nightmare. We'll see. I will have more videos and everything like that out soon. We're gonna have a Resto Druid M Plus guide out soon. I'll be working on Disc, Holy Pally, a bunch of other ones as well. We have dungeon guides up there to get you ready for the M Plus season. All kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. So, we'll be going around. Definitely keep an eye on the YouTube because we have lots and lots of new content coming. But But thanks for all the love, guys. Take it easy, and I will see you when I see you. All right? Take it easy.